Waiting. Get this off. Waiting this last hour has probably been the hardest part of doing this. And it's entirely because I want to hear the new Millie song. Justice of others. She, Queen, his forces left the banquet hall to assess the situation, leaving only me and the sinners there. Our only remaining task is to receive the golden bow that we are owed. That much is a given. Retrieval and a mission here is done. We only need to wait for the LCA extraction. None of you know, let alone understand, what a war of the wings is like. To rush out into these unknown waters is nothing short of imprudence. We must not entertain this idea. You're strictly against even doing this. Alas, if our meager strength may be sufficient to prevent this war and save the lives of many innocents, then I wish to do as that man had said. No, it is in our best interest that we do not get involved. I will speak to you plainly, as I trust that you have regained some sense of as to how this world works. War is not just another incident or quest to be resolved. Your sense of justice may shine like a beacon in times of unrest, but war will crush and grind it into the dirt indiscriminately, as it does any life caught under its boot heels. Lady Otis, I have also lived through my share of wars. Even still, Jiqui's path is that of justice. Thus, he shall have my support. It's notable that she's doing this. It's notable that she's doing this after... especially so soon after La Mancha. Not like soon, but she still has her righteous sense. Even if she doesn't have to put on the show nearly as much, she's still genuinely noble. How are you still so... To fight for the pursuit of justice deserveth not thy scorn nor ridicule. 'Tis no short-sighted tantrum, 'tis but mine adherence to and pursuit of a certain responsibility of those who can. I've also had my share of the war, so hopefully you'll let me put my two ahs in. Battles and war aren't the same thing either. You can't see the crashing waves of intense emotions in battles when looking at it as a great flow of war. But all that build-up heat is what becomes a flow, not the other way around. It never is. Gregor actually acting like an adult. Jiqui wished to convey to us that the leaves are beginning to crack, that the fractures must be filled forthwith before they rupture. While the words you speak may contrast one another, the intent that pushed the both of you to speak is shared, that the war mustn't conflagrate beyond what has already occurred. It is. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for summing it up, Issa. Otis's assessment would have been correct had the discussion concerning our participation been about a war that has already progressed beyond a certain degree. However, accepting Jiqui's suggestion and preventing the war from expanding beyond localized skirmishes could bring greater benefits than avoiding it altogether. Thanks, Marcel. Yeah, this could also give them the opportunity to destroy and uproot all the inequities of Hongguan. Well, I don't know if that's what Honglu wants, though. But at least that gives you a reason to join in. But even if G Queen and his people are strong, there's just too many of them. Do we really have a chance against all of them? If I'm being honest, we simply can't now. We don't have the time to meticulously analyze every facet of this situation. That's also incredibly significant coming from Ishmael. Manager of ours, if I may. Yusong carefully began as the center's opinions began to clash and fracture. As you must have observed, the centers failed to find a common ground. However, though narrow my vision may be, it appears to me that there is not a single sinner whose insight is born solely from their emotions. There are sound reasons behind every suggestion that has heretofore been presented. Thus, it is difficult to gauge the validity of each of them. This must not be an easy decision for you. Thus, Yusong paused, taking his time to carefully select his next words. Then, after a settled nod, he continued. Dante, perhaps this judgment belongs to Honglu. Perhaps I speak at the risk of not knowing my own station. However, should we allow this opportunity to slip away, Honglu may never leave that smile of his behind. Yisong has been consistently much more empathetic, especially during times when it's another sinner's turn. Like, he's very much putting others before himself. Not even necessarily in like a very... not in a... how do I put it? He's consistently aware of the situations constantly going on. But he is also aware of the significance that certain things have to other people, or at least specifically to sinners during their turn. In this case, especially Honglu. Like, he knows that this is Dante's call, but he's suggesting, hey, let Honglu make this call. Because this is important to him, and we know that this is his time. You must see it as well. The Honglu smile is but a different shape of sorrow for those who have no tears left to shed. And of course that would resonate with you. What Yisong was trying to tell me was clear as day. So what I must consider as the manager, isn't a discussion of wars and battles. It's not pragmatism or the measurement of the pros and cons. A manager has to support their team. Faust. Once again, I have nothing to offer but objective information and suggestions strictly from the corporate perspective. Dante, given your position as the manager of the LCB team, it is recommended that you continue to follow the plan outlined by the LCCB, retrieve the golden bow, and quickly arrange a safe extraction for you and your team without unnecessarily unnecessarily involving your team in a high-risk operation. That's... However, Faust continues slowly. But if you believe that you possess enough persistence to endure all that entails, and you believe that your role is to lead them, and us, to the right path, then I will follow your lead. Thank you. Now the answer must come from Honglu's own mouth. Looks like things really got out of control. Sorry, Dante. Hey, earlier, during your dialogue with Ji Kui, the conclusion you arrived at didn't come out of nowhere, did it? There must have been something that brought you there. In that long, long conversation, Honglu was finally able to give an answer of his own. And the biggest reason he could was, at first, I didn't think I'd be able to give a real answer to Brother Kui's questions. But suddenly, like a thick fog clearing, something emerged from the haze of forgotten memories past. What I gave as an answer was that something, and I realized what it was only after it had left my mouth. That word must have burrowed deep within me for a long, long time. Kindness. Because I wanted to believe that kindness was enough, that I could truly bring change to Hongguan. This is not about us, it's about you and Hongguan's future. So I think I'll leave the decision up to you. Honglu was never the type to clearly state his beliefs. He usually did as I asked without question, without even the smallest complaint. He did not speak of pain when he suffered, nor did he cry to us from agony. His eyes remained unshaken even as he witnessed the countless deaths and injustices committed before him. The eye that lets everything float away. The accepting eye of someone who has resigned himself to the reality that everything that exists has an end. I wait patiently for him to speak. Dante, Honglu, who only ever quietly accepted whatever life threw at him. I want to go to Teikon Temple, for Shichun and the elders, where the Xianren are. I think Shichun might be in danger. Danger as in her life may be at risk? No, I think her life might be the only thing that's not in danger. Thinking back to what Brother Kui told me, I am afraid that I might lose the Shichun I know forever. For the first time, he speaks of the path he wishes to walk. Honglu's jade eye gazes beyond the walls of Donggonwan. Like Brother Kui said, at this moment, I'm the only one who can freely open the gates of the Teikon Temple. I want to be there to watch Shichun become the hierarch, so that, if something dangerous were to happen, I can put a stop to it. Okay, sounds like a plan. I had a feeling this would be your decision, Executive Manager. Our judgments are shaped by our upbringings and environments. So, for you, Executive Manager, it was only the time spent with the rest of us to reflect on. It is understandable how you could come to this conclusion. I keep disappointing you, don't I? You haven't. Not yet. Otis replies sternly. Well, it ain't much our style to just sawed off after picking up the golden bow, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Ishmael agrees with Heathcliff for the first time since forever. Well, I know I might have come across as kind of harsh or snappy earlier, but hey, there weren't any hard feelings, Otis. I would have kicked you in the shin had I considered your entire speech to be senseless drivel. Otis and Gregor, whose stance were always diametrically opposed, had stopped shooting bitter remarks at each other. We're all growing more familiar with each other. Perfect. Then let's do this. And in that strange air, we found our purpose. I will send out my best blade Zilu in the same direction. She will accompany you, but she will rendezvous at your destination nonetheless. She will not accompany you, but she will rendezvous at your destination nonetheless. Damn it, almost had me excited. Didn't you say earlier that the Heishus all become masterless or something? It is a long story. Let me just say that Zilu is an exception. Hold on, what about you? At the moment, stopping the underboss and his primary officer, Lei Heng, is the most pressing concern. Xingyang and I will take the main battlefield at the gates of Daganwan and stall them. You're just gonna fight the thumb like that? The plan was now in motion. There was nothing more to discuss. And we both walk away to our destinations in opposite directions. My lord, I have seen that smile many times in the past. That is the same smile of a hollow shell. Do you truly believe that a man such as him is capable of moving in genuine dedication to the cause? Each heart has a different cause that moves them. How can one speak of the fathoms of a lake when all they have seen is the water's surface? Actions of a thief. Slashing. This is still mostly the best that I got for right now for slashing. We have to go through here if we want to take the fastest path to take on Temple. Looks like it leads underground. Oh man, are you sure this is the fastest path? The heck are they doing over there? Well, seems to me that's exactly why they're here, blocking our path. Well, I never thought it was going to be easy. Looks like I was right. Stop right there. Turn around and leave now. You won't get a more generous offer than that. You do well to do as I say. The family hierarch war is over. They announced the results for all to hear. So on whose orders are you attacking us? Naive girl. Do you not know that powerful forces are already gathering here at Daganwan? I doubt that little pipsqueak even got to meet the Shinren. She's probably bleeding out somewhere along the path by now. Looks like a bunch of third raters decided to work together, huh? Do you really believe that you can retake the hierarch with your puny forces? You're the ones who are committing to this tantrum of a treason because you just can't accept that you lost. Besides, what do you mean retake the hierarch? It's not like you ever took her from us. You can't even proudly speak the name of your master. It would have been the first thing you announced if you believed your cause to be just. Your very actions are those of a thief. And why wouldn't we need to announce our cause for a ragtag band like yours? Alright, first fight. I do know it goes up at least to 33. She could get a stagger, but she wouldn't kill. But if she does get that stagger, then Heathcliff can kill. So I was right.
기념할 만한 걸? 아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요. 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
We'll make do.
그렇지 않은 것. 아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은
Should be enough. 6? Whatever.
쟤네 정신을 못 차리는 걸? 차라도 했나?
8 enemies left. There are 5 on here right now. Should be fine. Only a 3. Whatever.
방금 전에는 굉장히
Last 3.
베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
정출할게요.
배워냈어요.
살을 베어내고
Okay, Sinclair.
흉터의 결과예요.
꿈을 꾸러 가.
Oh, that was all of them.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나?
The will to change.
하면 어째서? 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있게.
Still working with slashing.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
She's just gonna struggle. That'll be fine.
벤담 사월을 봐.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람
I can make up 1 to 2 turns kind of going bad. Anything above that, then it starts getting really dicey.
전투
Especially if I want to hit the EX in one go. Especially due to how momentum focused this entire game is, really.
시간이다. 망설임이 없도록. 와 함께 사라져라.
우와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸?
There's a stagger.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸? 방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
망설임이 없.
I'm gonna need Ryoshi to get really lucky with his skill 3. And not to get staggered. My life for head coins, please. Please.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
These might be better. There are 5 here, which means that there's still one more that has to show up.
망설임이 없도록 흉터의 완전히 녹아
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어.
살을 빼어내
배워냈어요.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Unfortunate for you, buddy.
인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
망설임이 없도록 흉터의 결과야.
Easy.
네 놈이 모시는 자가 누구든 간에
Whoever your poor master is,
부리는 것들의 수준을 보아.
I can tell by the way their minions behave that they have no hope of ever taking that throne.
떳떳한 명분답시 전략이
You'd be surprised by how much a lack of a just cause harms morale. You're the one to talk.
무슨 자격으로 가주 자리를 지킨다는 거냐?
What just cause do you have? Just how and mighty is your...
적어도 이쪽은
Boy, shut it and listen at least.
여기를 바꿔보려는 의지는 가지고 있어.
We actually want to change something about this place.
그 망할 총소리를 듣고서도
I'd say we've a more just cause than you bastards, who only thought upon hearing that awful bell is how can I expand my real estate this time?
오티스 씨나 히스클리프 씨는 말을 언제나 강단 있게 하시네요.
Both of you always speak with such conviction, Otis, Heathcliff. They are the two that are kind of the most mouthy. Heathcliff more due to his own, I'd say temperament, whereas more so Otis just kind of has a mouth. Well, no. She has a mouth, but... Stern is a good word, but the way Otis speaks is... I'd say not slightly, but is earned. It does come from more of a place of confidence, whereas Heathcliff's more free thinker. More open to kind of just saying things whenever, like, his emotions strike.
단순히 병사를 모으는 것은 쉽다.
Gathering an army is the easy part.
하지만
A leader's true qualities are revealed only when the time comes to actually lead their men.
그렇군요.
I see.
전쟁을 많이 겪어본 오티스
So it's your long experience with war that shaped your confidence, Otis.
거네요. 저는 전쟁과는
because my
한참
life couldn't be
거리가
any
먼
further
곳에
from any battlefield or war.
뒷골목에는
Or maybe I was always
이곳저곳
surrounded by
크고 작은
wars,
전쟁들이
both large and
일어났을지
small, in the
모르죠.
back streets, and I was just sheltered from them.
지켜만 본 자는 할 수 있는 말이 없네요.
I've done nothing but watch from a distance, so I don't suppose I have any right to speak.
이런 자리에서 어떤
I wouldn't
말을
even know
해야
where to
할지도
begin.
모르겠고요.
This seemed like the perfect moment for Otis to brag about her experience, but she fell silent at that remark.
그게 뭐 그렇게 어렵다고?
There ain't anything too complicated about it, mate. If it's shite, it's shite. Don't think twice about it.
얘처럼
Like the lad does.
저요?
Like me? For a while, Sinclair continued to ask Heathcliff if he really was talking about him.
이 복도를 걸어가는 대부분의 날은
I haven't ever walked down this hallway accompanied by so many other people.
이렇게 많은 사람들이 함께 가는 건
I usually walked alone.
왜? 하인들을 대동하지 않았어?
Why?
어렸을
Didn't you?
때는 혼자 가는 게 무서워서 같이 데려갈 때도 있었는데
Why? Didn't you take your servants with you? Sometimes I did, but I was scared to go there alone. Because I was scared to go there alone. But
크면서 점점 알게 되던 게 있었어요.
I learned something as I grew older.
이곳은 오로지 혼자서 걷는 것만이
It's that my heart is most at ease when walking down this road alone. Why? I imagine Hong Lu slowly walking down this hallway alone with a dark expression. It wasn't a pleasant sight.
철암사는 말이죠.
Taken Temple.
저만이 자유롭게 출입할 수
I
있어요.
was the only one who was allowed to freely enter and exit.
가능하다곤
The
하지만
family hierarch can technically be let inside, but
할머니조차도
even grandmother
부름이
couldn't enter
있어야지
without their
들어갈 수
summon.
있었죠.
그런 거였어?
Wait, Jikui wasn't being metaphorical?
그런데 왜 다들
So why are they called the Jinren? Are they actually some supernaturally enlightened blokes or something?
네.
Yes.
인고의 시간을
They
거치고
endured the time of suffering and opened their eyes to the secret to freedom from aging and death, and eventually attained enlightenment, earning themselves the exalted title of the Jinren.
그게 정말 가능해?
But is it even possible? What happened to them still searching for the answer to true immortality?
아, 이걸 또 왜 다물어?
Mate, you're bolting up again, and that makes me nervous.
뭐가 틀어박혀 있는 거야?
You're bottling up again, and that makes me nervous. What the hell are we logging into?
그래도 이곳은
At least this place feels more tranquil than the world outside. It's quiet, and it smells nice too.
나는 것 같고요. 이 밖은
I could almost forget that there's a war about to break out beyond the premises.
직전이라는 게
그나마 다행이죠.
We're lucky.
철암사를 가는 길을
Not many
제대로
people
아는
know
자는
the actual path to reach Taekon Temple,
대관원에서도 거의 적어도
but at least there's less chance of us running into any outside forces here.
그런 복선 깔지 말라니까.
Can we not with the foreshadowing?
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를
826. A ridiculous idea.
착수.
More slashing. Getting through with a lot of just slashing. Unfortunately, it was indeed a foreshadowing. It didn't take very long before another faction appeared before us. Stop. Who is your master? What are you doing here?
가야 할 곳이 있으니까요.
Because we have a place to be.
여러분들은 왜
What are you
이런 곳을
doing here?
돌아다니시나요?
You're working for Ji Kui, aren't you? Trying to visit the revered Shinren? You're trying to speed up the Hierarch Ascension ritual, aren't you?
막아서는 척 떠보려면 모를
Nice
거라고.
try. Ask the right questions and we'll just tell you all about our plans, won't we? Greenhorn.
그 장소를 찾지 못해.
I know you're all lost. You've probably been going in circles for hours by now. Yeah, this place is irritatingly large. Just point us in the right direction and go back to where you came, and I won't give chase. Give up on your ridiculous idea of ushering in that hopelessly inadequate girl as the family hierarch.
그 협박은
We already heard that one before.
좋은 진리네요.
Might want to get some new material.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
They are still resistant to blunt, so I'm not gonna worry about it.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 아름다운가? 그렇지 않은가?
Like, one tap off.
시원한걸? 쟤네 정신을 못 차리는걸?
Welcome, Matina? Yeah. Just a little ways into the temple. This should be fine. I'm doing well, I'm not looking forward to the boss fights. Especially if they're already... Jeez. If there was already a, like a notification about them having to nerf them because of how long one of it is.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
That is not good for Honglu. I'm really risking this a little bit too much. I stream 3 times a week, typically. This week was a little bit extended because of, because of trying to fit in, like, the first act of this and then multiple other things. So I ended up streaming on Tuesday. But typically I end up streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that's typically when I stream, and that's not counting whenever I get invited to, like, collabs or whatnot. Can somebody please get staggered so that he, you know what, I'm just gonna hit it anyway, I don't care. Yep, typically Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Unless I'm doing... unless in other circumstances. Or sometimes my schedule just allows it, so then I would also either stream for like an extended time on Tuesdays or Thursdays. Please. There we go. Are these the last 4? They are, okay. Heathcliff can get on the horse. I don't want to hit the resonant. Well, no, I do. I want to win. Because that would just make it harder for Claim Bones to actually trigger, but whatever. Sometimes efficiency doesn't mean being optimal. There goes Honglu. Thank you for the follow. Creativity the most. At least when it comes to games, it's definitely more so characters. But that's more so... That's more so because my, when it comes to writing at the very least, I tend to be... Wait, why am I doing that? I tend to be a lot more drawn to characters. As a writer, probably my weakest As a writer, probably my weakness is world building. I usually struggle pretty bad when it comes to settings, but when it comes to characters, or if I already have an idea for a setting, coming up for characters for that setting is usually very easy. I like seeing characters slowly grow and change and respond to different things in a narrative.
한스는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
The second
정착지를
battlefield.
찾을 때까지.
Still more slashing. I want to adjust this slightly. Do I have enough to make you useful? No. So you're staying benched. Because this Faust is not really helping. I think I changed that because of something, but I did not change her back.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
자, 맞서보죠.
Well,
우리들에게 이깟 파도
now you have me thinking.
아니잖아요.
Thank you. I'm very proud of it. I need to get more. No. I wish I was that. I wish I was that talented. I keep saying I gotta do it, but then I keep forgetting. I gotta make sure to properly put up the info for my mama and papa.
완벽한 한방. 시원한걸?
Like, it's been a while since I've like properly updated a lot of my a lot of the display stuff, especially because I don't, yeah, because of panels and stuff that I need.
고약한 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요.
전투응대에 나선다.
But my model was drawn. My model was drawn by Mokimo Lutz. I'm unsure if that's also their name on Twitch, but they are on Blue Sky. Should preface, they
맞서보죠. 우리들에게
probably, as you can infer, they do draw NSFW works, but but no, like, I love their style. I love their style, and I've been incredibly happy with my model since I've gotten it from them.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이
I
흐름대로
forget what turn count I'm at.
끝내러
Not the
가야죠.
turn count, the... Oh, that was only 2 dead. Because they're still resistant to blunt, so I shouldn't use that just yet.
깔끔하게.
Okay, I needed luck like that on Wednesday.
끝났습니다.
10 sanity, but still getting 3 coins. This time Hunglun's actually taking a lot of damage.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Easy.
그러니까 피했으면 됐잖아.
All I have is my... Well, no. Yeah, all I have is my skill 3, so there's no point.
전투응대에 나선다.
Please. Please. There we go.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
That still does decent damage with the poise, but it's still... It feels bad wasting that on a staggered enemy. Okay, but we're at least making like real progress. Please don't die. Okay.
나이스. 하나 잡혔다.
halfway. This shouldn't be too difficult.
깔끔하게.
Honglu is just not winning these clashes.
될 수 있겠죠?
That was his first life. So now he's at 2 capsules, 2 K-Carb capsules.
나이스. 하나 제꼈다.
This should be easy.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
I'm terrified of who is down here already.
저의 결과요.
Because it's not like these are just a bunch of nameless mooks.
너희를 부리는 자의 이름을 대라.
Thank you for the follow, Nova. Who is your master?
너하고
You too. You've been in a war, haven't you? You can tell that?
부정할 필요 없지.
No need to deny that, I suppose.
그게 아직도 티가 나나?
You can still tell, huh?
전장을 기억하는 덕에
And I learned many, many things in my war.
이를테면
A few hundred ways to convince a grunt to talk, for example.
수백 가지 방법이라던가.
아쉽게 되었군.
Too bad.
타면 내가 입을
Because unlike you, I have but one way to keep my mouth shut. The man who appeared to be leading the soldiers stabbed himself in the chest without hesitation.
스스럼 없이 자결할 정도의
So he'd kill himself without even a moment's hesitation to protect his master's name.
대단한 무게를 가진 인물이라는 뜻이겠지.
His master must be a formidable individual. Considering all the other people that were usually able to get to squeal, yeah, it's not a good sign.
혹은 밝혀져서 안 되는 정보가 새어나갔을 경우
Or it could also be that he was under the influence of a suicide
춤을
worm.
썼을 수도 있겠네요.
An am the worm? That activates an information trigger to manipulate the host's psyche to take their own life. Interesting. What's the game about? It looks interesting, but the fights look like it needs some thinking to win. Yes. I don't think I've ever had to actually think about explaining Limbus Company before. I have very few emotes because I don't really have a lot of there's a lot of stuff that I kind of need, unfortunately. So right now I'm mostly just kind of focused on doing the main stuff. But Limbus Company is, how do I describe it? It is, I don't want to say RPG. It's very, I don't want to say RPG, but you're going around a fixed setting with 12 different sinners who are all based off of various characters from famous literary works. Like this character is Otis from the Odyssey. This one is Gregor Samson from Franz Kafka's The Metamorphosis. This is Hong Lu or Ji Bao Yu from I'm gonna mess it up. Dreaming of Red Room? Yes, the little cartoonist chibis are very adorable. I love them. There's other sinners like Heathcliff from I was about to say Wuthering Waves, from Wuthering Heights, Ishmael from Moby Dick, and effectively, the main plot is you as Dante from. The illusion is you're essentially Dante helping these sinners through their infernos. Each main story chapter is a canto. Chapter 1 was for Gregor. Chapter 2 was for Rodian, from Crime and Punishment. Chapter 3 was Sinclair. Canto 4 was Yi Song, who is based off of a famous Korean poet by the same name. Canto 5 was Ishmael. Canto 6 was Heathcliff. Canto 7 was Don Quixote's. And Chapter 8 is currently Hong Lu's, and this is Act 3. Which act is really dope. Feels more chill and personal than these streamers. Thank you. I do my best. Especially because of how kind of... I personally like more low-key types of streams anyway. Not necessarily like super... I'm not necessarily like a super energetic type of person unless like something kind of gets me, which is why I'm also very excited about getting to this boss fight. But in terms of the gameplay, it'll be easier to explain when I'm in it, because when I'm trying to explain it outside of it, it sounds incomprehensible. The closest I could probably compare it to would be like a command deck Kingdom Hearts game. Like each unit has like a specific ID, similar to I do my best to be kind. I might be slightly chatty, mostly because this tea does have a little bit of caffeine in it, though. Each character has a specific ID. Each ID that you can get, which you can roll from the gacha, has 3 different abilities, sometimes 4. Sometimes those change with modifiers or whatever. But they kind of populate what is effectively a command deck through skill 1, skill 2, skill 3. You also have a defensive ability, and then you have egos, which are different skills. Yes, it is a gacha. I almost want to say unfortunately, but you have actually that gives me a good excuse to kind of talk about it, because you have set 12 characters. It's not like you're recruiting more characters. You are recruiting alternative world versions of each of your established centers. Like, the 12 characters that you have going through the game never really changes. Like, it is these 12 characters who are all getting like a specific chapter to themselves, who are steadily growing and becoming different. Like, they're changing. Like, this is a very big chapter for Hong Lu, because he hasn't really changed much recently. Well, no, he hasn't really changed much. He is less insufferable than how I would say he was earlier on. But like, they grow and become more fully formed. Noticing that there was previously unseen serious look in Hong Lu's eyes, we forged onward. Like, usually he's not very serious. Like, he's described as very being in the clouds. I'm getting through these pretty quickly, and that's scaring me. Those who do not decide. Oops. Need to use the box real quick. But this gives me a good excuse. So, like, you have these set 12 centers. You have Yi Song, Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu from... Why am I forgetting the name of your story? I just read it. I read it like 2 months ago. I'm forgetting. Marcel from the Stranger. Honglu, Gregor, Otis, Rodian, Ishmael, Heathcliff. Faust from... I'm also forgetting. I'm gonna be so upset because I should know that as a theater kid. I do need more emotes though. They would be very nice. But I kind of need to build up to that. But you roll for different IDs. Some of them are 2-star. Each character comes with 1, 2, 3 abilities and a defensive skill. They also have a passive that is either like active if they are in the battle itself, which are these front ones. They have support passives. Which you can use like if they're in the back line. So even if they're not immediately useful in the party, like She Association Ishmael. I don't really use her in my mainline party, but she has a passive. One ally with least HP gains +2 counter skill final power. So that means that the weakest of my allies who is in the front line, their defensive ability would get +2 to it. Where is another good team that does something like that? I think it would be my bleed team. Yeah. So there's different ways of building teams where you could either focus around like specific elements, specific affinities, specific weaknesses, specific status ailments that like you want your teams to kind of like be synced around. Oh, that's good. We always appreciate artists here. Gotta remember that it's slashing. Different characters, different abilities. Each ID comes with different skills. They all have their own different affinities, which are elements, which are essentially sins in this, which are called sins in this, but they effectively function as elements. Each one has different like strengths, weaknesses. Some of them have different abilities that other ones don't. Some of them are better in certain situations. Some enemies will be weak to slashing, but that means that they'll have a resistance to blunt. Some will be weak to piercing, but that means they'll be weak to slashing. People who you have as friends, you can, depending on who they have as their kind of support units, you can switch out one person on your team to have them assist you. So even if you don't necessarily get like a really good character that you want or could use, like maybe a friend can get them and it'd still be very helpful to you. So like here's a good example since I need to build for, since it says effective affinities would be slashing. So that means that whoever I'm running into now would be weak to slashing skills. So I would want a lot of slashing on my team while also building around having, I would want to build around having similar sins in the party, because if you can chain multiple of those sins together for resonances, they make those skills stronger when clashing against other enemy skills. So because these enemies are going to be weak to slashing, this unit's very strong for slashing, like one of the best slashing units in the game. But it also means that I have to build a team that is aware of or has very useful pride skills. So like this is because he is abnormal in the fact that he has 2 skills that are pride affinity. Most characters typically vary their abilities. Sometimes the defensive skill is another one, or sometimes it changes. So because he has 2 pride for his attack skills, I want to also have pride in my other abilities or on my other units so that it boosts him. But then he also gets different benefits if you have blade lineage allies. So that would mean this character who is a Blade lineage variant, this character who's a Blade lineage variant, who also both have pride skills. She is also a Blade lineage variant, but the only caveat is that she's using her pride is a piercing ability. But honestly, it might just be worth it. That'd be very kind of you. I actually, technically, I should ask a friend of mine, because I know that they gave me something that I don't think I could really turn into an emote because it's too...
출정이군요.
It might be it's not that it's too weird. It's just a very weird thing. So it requires some thought behind building a party. You technically can brute force some. You can brute force genuinely a good amount. Like if you just have characters that roll high, like Manager of La Mancha Land, pretty strong, like really strong. Depending on your setup, depending on how many units you have, depending on who you have, sometimes you can just brute force through problems. Sometimes you can just hit win rate and you can just fly through no problem. But then there'll be other times where you run into certain boss fights or certain status effects that are like real mechanics, which are like, hey, if you deal like if you don't stop a boss from doing a certain ability, that was a gun. That's not good. If you don't stop a boss from doing a certain ability, they create a very big problem for you. I'm always very open to fan art and whatever assistance people are willing to give. Actually, I should probably make an art tag, or at least just have like a specific art tag. Like I'm getting bosses, especially in certain abnormalities, they will have certain mechanics that you do have to engage with, which are typically a lot more, they require a lot more thought than you just having bigger number than them or just hitting them enough. Some of them you need to do certain things to get them vulnerable or to even just survive long enough. When I was fighting Confucius just the other day was a very good example of that, where there was no way I was killing him, but I had to engage with the mechanics so I could still win the fight. Thumb.
방금 것은 위협용 사격이었습니다.
That means the thumb is here. That was a warning shot, sir.
조그맣게 욕한 거 다 들었다.
I heard you curse under your breath.
저들은
There.
상급자에게 거짓말을 하는 건
How disrespectful you tell such a bald-faced lie to your senior.
실례했습니다. 대가를 치를 수 있게 도와주실 수 있습니까?
Please, I humbly beg for your assistance in my absolution.
못할 것도 없지. 혓바닥을 내밀어라.
You're Soldado 3. Soldado 3. Of course, present your tongue. That incomprehensible exchange between the pair was soon followed by the sight of a severed tongue rolling in the dirt. I haven't really thought of, I haven't really had a chance to really think of, emotes too much. So I haven't even really, like, put any thought into it, like, at all. But probably something it'd probably just be, like, very simple ones. like usual, like smiles, winks, stuff like that.
저 녀석은 혀가 없어졌으니 제가
Please allow
말하겠습니다.
me to speak as my partner no longer has the means to do so.
관리자 단테와 그 일행
Your present company, including manager Dante, their companions, and Master Ji Baoyu, may not pass this area.
뭔가 호칭이
Wait, why did you call him that? What did you just call Honglu?
상황이 상황이니만큼
Given the present circumstance, they're treating Honglu as Baoyu of the Ji family and not center of the LCB. It's logical to assume that the young master of a prestigious house ranks higher than a soldado, who are just grunts of the thumb. So they're actually speaking to him with respect. I can understand that. I could probably come up with ideas probably later. Right now, I mostly just want to I really want to get to the Millie song. Well, can Honglu ask him to move then?
소용없어.
Then showing us respect now don't mean shite. They won't let us through.
듣기는 들었는데
I've heard stories, but I don't think they'd be fixated with the ranks and hierarchs. It's almost
기괴할 정도로.
to the point where it's just plain weird.
언더보스께서 이곳을 지나는 사람은 전부
Please
적으로
understand that the
취급하라고
underboss has
명령하셨습니다.
ordered us to treat anyone passing this area as our enemy.
본래 아군이었던 그렇지 않든 간에
You're saying please while you're
우리는
threatening us with a
적을
gun?
명령하셨지요.
Our orders are to execute all individuals attempting to do so anyway, including our former allies. So I implore you to please turn around and leave this place. Interesting.
돌아가 주시지 않겠습니까?
We would greatly appreciate your cooperation.
그건 곤란한데요.
Sorry, we can't do that.
그렇다면
Then I'm
전략으로
sorry to say we have no
상대를
choice
섞였군.
but to stop you by any means.
뇌행 그놈을 매복시켰군.
Lei Heng, he must have set up this ambush.
이딴 식으로 나올 생각이었다면
They were prepared. They weren't going to accept any other result than what they had in mind anyway.
림버스 컴퍼니의 등급과
Taking into account Limbus Company's standing, the LCB's position within their organization, you, a mere sinner, mentioning Master Lei Heng's name is a crime punishable by the removal of your tongue.
아래 턱재로 부서뜨려도
No,
모자라겠고.
your punishment will begin with crushing your lower jaw. Shouldn't have expected a trivial little thing like a soldado to know its place. You don't have enough tongues to lose for this disrespect.
이놈들에게는 원하는 답을 얻지
We're not getting
못하고
anything out of them.
죽고 사는
These idiots will jump off a cliff if their superior told them to.
오티스 씨가 좋아하는 군상 아닌가요, 그거?
But aren't they usually your favorite kind of people, Otis?
한때는 엄지의 방식을
There once was a time I used to think highly of their strategic decision to maintain such a rigidly stratified hierarchy system. But now I know that it was never a strategic decision at all, but a brainless obsession of idiots who refuse to decide for themselves. What do you mean by that? You used to look up to the thumb?
대가를 치른 후에도 계속
Let's see if you can
말할 수
keep
있는지
babbling like that when we cut off your tongue. Wait, so Otis used to respect the thumb?
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
A rigid soldado of the thumb. Tremor. 1 coin power for every 7. Some of burn and tremor on target. If an enemy was staggered in the last turn for the next turn, inflict 2. If one of our ally has been defeated, gain 1 power up starting next turn. Wait, they get stronger? Oh. Stern Soldado. No, they all just gonna get stronger. This is scary. Propellant ammo. Do they spend these on shots, or they only spend it on their skill 3? And those are unbreakable. Cool. Love bullets. I do have a blue sky link down below. Whoops, not what I wanted. I shouldn't have brought Sinclair here. I'm still struggling between all of these. This is not a good fight for me. Also, really doesn't help that they have non-breakable coins.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
They also have a lot of health.
전투응대에 나선다.
They roll really high too. Blue Sky is the Blue Sky is the only real kind of social media I really use nowadays.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요. 방금 전투는 좀 인상 깊었어요. 어떤 고래도 거뜬히 잡을 것 같은 투지였네요.
Counter. These are all just not going well. I need sanity. Ego are like special abilities that are skills that you can use only after collecting certain resources. So each ability that you end up using can feed into each of these abilities that are assigned to a different affinity will feed into your ego resources. You build those up to use different ego. They all have their own different abilities, animations, passives, corrosions when your sanity is too low. Sanity is effectively your chances of rolling heads or not. Stronger your abilities get stronger the more coins that you effectively roll. Some skills you want to roll heads to increase your stat chance, to increase the power of the skill. Some of them work on an inverse, where this one is stronger if you have less sanity so that you can retain the base coin power. But having low sanity comes with its own costs. No, I am not on Instagram. Okay, that's a stagger. That's good.
시원한 걸.
Okay, and this will also increase my sanity.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
Generally speaking, higher sanity, better chances, because it means you get better chances of rolling heads on your coins, which means that you'll end up winning more clashes, which also means that you're just going to get more sanity.
상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가
It's
기운을
a
내게 하는
very
걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
interesting and very unique combat system. It's probably better if I do the Wrath Resonance. Sinclair gains more if I lose on that. They're also just gonna get stronger the more that I end up killing, so I either need to go by really quick or... Oh, come on, that's the one that you... Whatever. Okay, that's a stagger. Stagger, you effectively stun them. You stun them and they become more vulnerable for more damage from different attacks.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
망설임이 없도록.
That worked out surprisingly well.
감을 준비.
There we go.
기다려. 실밥이 붙었나?
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
Swordplay of Homeland. That's why I'm getting such higher rolls.
달을 베어내고
So it might still be worth it. Even if the first few turns are kind of...
했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도
Even if the
이걸
first few turns
인정할걸?
are kind of rough, that damage increase is just so worth it.
망설임이 없도록.
아름다운 것,
I am not.
그렇지 않은 것. 희한해. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Those two dead.
흉터의 결.
3. Please. There we go. So there should be
방금 전에는 굉장히
2 more, and I get to kill them with, and if I get that,
인정할걸?
and if I kill them within 3 turns, then I should still be fine for my, for par.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Come on. As long as they're not building statuses on me, then it's fine. Which also means that it's really good that I'm not running any team that has Tremor.
기다려.
Come on.
달을 베어내고
You could have rolled higher if you tried. Let me claim your bones.
혈이 흉터의 결과요.
배워냈어요.
Easy.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
Those who do not decide.
정착지를 찾을 때까지.
That one was also slashing. Don't know if I should keep up with it though. I should. The start is rough. The start is rough, but the rest of it isn't too bad.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
I want to. I want to. I want to. I want to, but I will not because that is the dumb thing to do. I could not be greedy.
욕창!
Damn you, Miss Salt.
효과적이네요.
Damn you for being too good. You inflict tremor and you inflict bleed.
쟤네 정신을 못
Not
차리는
bleed.
걸?
Burn.
치료라도 했나?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
기다려.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Come on. Come on. 18.
과 함께 사라져라.
If I got like another heads, I would have been able to stagger, but oh well.
바위처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay. He's gonna get. I didn't notice that he was gonna get staggered.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게
It's fine though. It's fine though. It's fine though. It is all fine. That's my goat.
영원한 잠으로. 와, 엄청난
And another.
경험이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
혈이
꿈을 꾸러 가. 아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Okay, this one's going a lot better. A lot better, a lot faster. Inflict 4 tremor and 4 burn on hit.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Do I counter? Yes. You would not be able to roll high enough even if you wanted to.
벤다는 사활을 건너
Sinclair, please be fine.
살을 베어내고
아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
That was like just before she got staggered.
방금 전에
What is that?
굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건
What?
인정할걸?
Tremor Scorch. On Tremor Burst, take wrath damage equal to sum of Tremor potency and burn potency divided by 2, and lose 1 burn count. When hit by skills to trigger Tremor Burst, raise this unit's stacker threshold. Oh, it just combines Tremor and Burn. Okay. That's scary to look forward to.
흉터의 결과요.
Now that I think about it, we dealt with the middle back during Withering Heights. No. We dealt with the ring during middle Withering Heights. Then we dealt with the middle during Ishmael's Kanto.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
At this point, we're nearly gonna piss off 3 of the fingers.
흉터의 결과요.
That burn tremor is nasty to have together.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어.
That's a boss.
이제 다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가자.
The heart. Okay. Yeah, Honglu's necessary.
책임은 나를
원하신다면
고래를
이 소리는 폭풍인가?
급행 주문이군요.
말뚝
화점에 두지.
소재
주인 놈 뜻에 따라
투입합니다.
That one's the part where it gets scary.
이것도
음.
생긴 거지? 꼭 생긴 게 바깥으로 나오는
He's right there. We're still underground, right? This place sure as heck looks like the outside.
인공의 조명이나 가히 야외라 착각할 만하구려.
An artifice light, yet one may easily mistake this to be a land under a real sun. We should be getting pretty close, but
네,
yes,
누군가
someone has beaten us to it. There's a small hill in front of the bridge leading into Taekon Temple.
시춘이의 사병들이네요.
They're Shichun's mercenaries. Oh, that's bad. There was a small hill of bodies, all of them mangled and broken to the point we couldn't even tell how many of them there were. Wait. On top of that hill sat Lei Heng, and the heavily wounded figure in front of him was Lei. We don't ever seem to meet in fine circumstances, do we?
이게 어떻게 된...
What happened?
아따 늦었네. 심심해서 좀 놀고 있었어.
Hot damn, y'all are slower than molasses in winter. I was just having some fun before y'all decided to show up. Looks to me this boy was gonna park his ass right here till the Ascension hullabaloo wrapped up. You know, I was kinda excited about this showdown, given that he's supposed to be this adept of the hay show, pony branch or whatever. He ain't hot shit without that poison in him, huh? Ryoshu needs to be in this fight.
잠깐, 왜 여기에?
What's he doing here?
작전대로라면 노예는 지금
Our plan was to leave the matter of Lei Heng and
가치와 대치하고 있어야겠다.
for Ji Kui to deal with at the battlefield by the front gate of Daganon.
수를 읽혔군요.
They saw through the strategy,
자루라는 자를 우리에게
and it seems that Ji Kui sending Zilu alongside us was an insurance for this exact scenario. And as if on cue, Zilu arrived. She was covered from head to toe in blood, but I could easily guess that the blood wasn't hers. I'll be damned. Y'all are telling me now that there's two ways to get in here? One's a secret entrance, sure, but that rabbit hole she crawled through seemed mighty narrow to me. Oh shoot, had I known there was a direct passage, I would have taken that instead of going all the way around this gosh damn maze of a palace. And you got no mop lying around in here. Would have been darn embarrassing to get lost at my age. Well, did you say hello to the boys out there?
잘 보내줬지.
We sent them on their merry way to the afterlife. So it really was you who set up that ambush. Listen here, you gotta understand, they're still greenhorns, huh? Still got much to learn and all that. I'll give them a stern talking to.
당신도
I assume you're also here at someone else's behest, right?
가주 승계를 막거나
Either to prevent the Hierarch ascension or to delay it for as long as possible. Why would he be here? No, Ishmael would be right. Well, I was gonna catch that Shichin girl before she went in, but I missed my window. Ain't nothing more to it. Y'all are talking like I showed up to make some big statement or some shit.
그럼 이미 실패하지 않았나요?
Then doesn't it mean your mission's already failed? Nah, girl's gotta head back to the main house and park herself on that throne to wrap up her ascension. Me? I just gotta catch her before that.
극수도
So the Heisha won't be mobilized until she physically sits down on the throne. Say, the concept of manners alien to y'all? Shit, right, the thumb. Real disrespect if y'all to sit there, John, shooting the breeze with me like I'm one of your buddies.
저한 가지
Excuse
여쭤볼
me,
것이 있어요.
I've got something to ask.
그래요? 뭐 갈씨 가문 보옥 도련님쯤 되시면은 나랑 직통해도 거시기하진 않지.
Aren't you a picky bastard? Alrighty, young Master Ballier of the mighty chief family has got enough clout to talk to my face without making things awkward.
보시오.
Well, yammer on then.
웨이 씨를 죽이지 않고
Is there a reason you haven't killed Mr. Wei just yet?
있으신가요? 보통 그럴 때는 말이죠.
The setup you have here
협상을
makes me
원하시더라고요.
think that you'd like for us to negotiate.
협상.
Negotiate? Hot damn.
인버스 컴퍼니급에서
Negotiations usually done on equal ground, ain't it? Kind of funny of y'all from Limbus Company to call it that. Heck, I guess you ain't wrong.
그래도 좀
But here's the thing. I just ain't got a clue as to how important that son of a gun is to y'all.
목숨 줄은
He's still breathing, that's for sure, but I don't know if he'll be any good for negotiation.
협상 테이블에 올라.
Being a Heisho adept don't mean much if he can't do shit, don't it?
픽드라고는
Got some kind of weird curse in you or something? Speak. Zilu, who's been standing beside us in silence this whole time, suddenly spoke up. What do you want? Her voice was so deep, cavernous, and sincere that it almost made me think that she really was going to give him whatever he wanted in return for Wei.
말 한번 야무지게 잘하네.
You got a real convincing voice, don't you? That gets me in the mood, I'll tell you what. Yeah, well, what I want.
제일 성가신
I want you.
이놈이야.
Huh? You want a Heisho?
설마 자로 씨의 목을 내놓으라 하는 건
Don't tell me you want Zilu to die for her. Of course not, I ain't that shameless.
그럼
Let me cut you up, just one slice.
그러고 나면 돼지든
Don't matter what comes next. Bite it, don't bite it. Fight me, don't matter. Take a single cut from my blade and I'll hand over the fellow. Why? Why do you...
아하 눈깔 그리 뜨지 말아야.
Don't you look at me like that. You know how this is. I've been in this business long enough to know. Huh?
정정당당한
Fair fights, duels, love 'em. We'll love nothing more than to do 'em, but the thing being what they are, it's a no-can-do kind of situation.
피차 고용된 처지 아니야.
We're both hired guns, ain't we? Who hired the thumb? You know we gotta do what we gotta do.
알다시피 검은 토끼
Yeesh, honey bunny, ain't so sure I like my odds going up against a direct counter. What do you mean by that?
여전하고
Shithead, you haven't changed. That's so.
저자에게 베어지면
He'll
반드시
cut you in half, guaranteed.
죽인다는 말을
Just admit you want to kill her.
그 혓바닥은 닳지도 않나.
There's a level of frustration in Ryoshi's voice that I don't think we've ever heard yet. Doesn't your tongue ever get tired of being a part of you?
가치우 밑에서 배운다는 제자들이라면서.
Ain't you one of them students learn stuff from Ji Kui? Heard tell y'all been using some kind of strange technique from out yonder.
신이라고요.
Shin, wasn't it?
요상한 기운 같은
Using
걸
some
몸에
energy protection
감아보자지?
technique, right?
그러면 강화 시술을
Apparently, you'll become tough as
간단해지는 거지?
augmentations, they say.
그리고 그
And you
신을
convert that shin or whatever into strength to make light rings around your body parts or weapons. And that's supposed to be Hmong, am I right? I know what this is! Shin and Hmong, I know what those are, but I don't fully... Why is that so familiar?
한번 보자고.
I've been trying to learn how that thing works. Been waiting for an opportunity to test it out. Pretty sure I can make one Hmong by now. What?
나도 너가 하는 거
I want to see you try your own against mine. Lei Hung looked at Zilu with a shit-eating grin. I'll look after stream. 'Cause now I'm at the point that I really wanted to get to. We didn't know Zilu. We're barely even acquaintances. There's no way she'd risk her life for people who are essentially strangers. And what about Wei? Do they know each other? I seriously doubt he's as close to her as he is to us. And it might sound cold, but even we're not really that close to Wei either. I can't bring myself to ask her to risk her life like that. He's probably not kidding either. Lei hangs surrounded by at least a dozen bodies, but there's not even a scratch on him. Wei struggles to speak through labored breaths, but his eyes tell me he's already accepted his fate. I only need my lady to be safe. This catastrophe was utterly my fault. If I paid more attention to our surroundings. She won't have anyone when I'm gone. Please, keep her safe. Instead of begging for his life, Wei asks us to look after Shichun instead. As he's always done. His way. Zilu looked at Hong Lu. Important to you. Truth be told, Wei probably isn't all that important to Hong Lu. Wei was Shai Shichun's loyal follower, and that was pretty much it. Hong Lu said he hadn't interacted much with him back in Dong'an either. But I imagine that Hong Lu would probably rather not see the people he cares about shed any more tears. He'd seen more than enough of that since the annihilation of the Kong family. And that goes for us too. Can we really cut him off just like that? We hadn't talked to him very much, but we spent a pretty significant amount of time together, and quietly, we've grown to care more about him. You learned more about who he was, and the kind of person his master, Shai Shichun, was. Whenever we ran into them in all kinds of odd places, we were happy to meet them, and we really wanted them to do well. We didn't want either of them to die. And they were the first allies we'd ever made of our own volition, no matter how short-lived that alliance was. If we let him kill Wei here, we'd be adding another regret to our past, knowing that we'd let someone down again. As we were reminded every time that we met Sod and her subtle yet noticeable sadness. We'll blame ourselves, we'll resent our weakness. We won't stop thinking about how we could have prevented this if we were stronger. We've died and killed countless times on our journey here, but death is the kind of force that swoops in our moments of dejection to remind us that we could never get against it, never get used to it. Speak. I know we can't save everyone. I've seen enough deaths of our friends, allies, and those who could have been friends to know that. There wasn't any reason Wei should be special. I wasn't making some promise of myself to never let anyone even remotely close to us die again either. But Hong Lu.
저는 웨이 씨가 죽지 않았으면 좋겠어요.
Hong Lu. Hong Lu's making an actual decision.
그리고 다시 볼 시춘이의 모습이 슬퍼하는 얼굴이 아니면 좋겠어요.
And I don't want Shichun to be sad when we meet again.
물론 자로 씨가 제 말을
I know you don't
들어주시면
have any reason to listen to me, Zilu, but... Okay. Zilu didn't even let Hong Lu finish. She strode up to Lei Hong. Cut me down, Chihu. The winged tiger. Very well. Taijin Star, the unrestrained.
잠깐, 지금 뭐하는?
Flames burst forth, writhing Lei hangs the intimidating Podao, then rises into a raging pillar of fire before a single ring of light materializes around it. On the other hand, a warm, comforting light, presumably the same light Lei Hung mentioned earlier, began to radiate and shimmer from Zilu's body. I am Lei Hang, capo of the thumb, one of the 10 blades of the east. I will now cut you down with all my might. Do you intend to cut me with your tongue? As though on cue, Lei Hung slashed at Zilu's unmoving body with a diagonal cut. The sheer wind pressure and the heat from the slash, it was powerful enough to push some of us back. But Zilu was still standing, silently as she had been. Hot diggity. No, I wasn't going for the head, but it's a miracle you managed to survive that hit. That shin thingamajig's one mighty sturdy thing, ain't it? My hand's all tingly. Well, it still ain't quite invincibility, is it? You're barely hanging on, ain't you? That's a cavern across her body. Blood burst from Zilu the moment Lei Hung asked, and Miss Zilu. Honglu ran up to Zilu to stop her fall. Why did you? Because it sufficed. The reply that you did not wish to see the one you cared dearly for sad. Zilu continues resolutely, despite the gushing blood. Whoops. And that is the true humanity that I have learned. My path of justice, my humanity. I'll leave the rest to you, Clock. This woman, who I'd not even exchanged a single word with, calls me a friendly nickname. When her own life's on the line. Finally got that annoying bunny out of the way. Alrighty, I'm a man of my word, and she knows it. That's why she let me cut her up so good. With that, Lei Hung kicked way in our direction. Take him. 3-4 months of recovery and he should be back on his feet. Well, if you survive me today, that is. You're gonna take the young master and get that door open, ain't ya? Well then. Lei Hung begins walking in our direction, cracking his neck. Y'all ready to go around? Should be able to wrap this up by the time they're done with the ritual thing. Let's dance. I need... Hang on. I need to make absolutely sure that Ryoshu's in this. Doing this without her would feel wrong. So, blunt, slashing, blunt, piercing, piercing, slashing, blunt. Who do I want?
소재가 준비됐어?
Let me switch these two around.
소재가 준비됐어.
닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰진 내가 정한다.
이것도 지하인 거지?
Like, no, doing this fight without Ryoshi would feel too wrong to me. I need her for this.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Okay, hang on. Severing Slash. Target slash resistance counts as weak. Does not activate against targets with 1.5 or higher slash resistance. Expires at turn end. So he'll literally just cut through resistances.
아, 바쁜데. 특별히 들어드릴게요.
My heart, my own thoughts. Honglu exclusive effect. For this encounter, after using a skill attack, gain 2 additional ego resources. But the important thing.
눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라.
Mutilated memory. Ryoshu exclusive effect. Deal plus current turn tout times 2.5% damage against Lei Hang this encounter. Max 30%. And it's cut up spider webs. How'd I know she was gonna get something for this?
너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
Okay. I am like irrationally excited about this. All these are like really bad.
어머, 너무 아프게 맞았는데?
He is insanely fast.
생각보다 너무 거센데요.
예. 요만치밖에 못하냐?
It's like not even... You sure this everything y'all got? He's overwhelmingly powerful. So this is a capo of the thumb and one of the 10 blades of the east. I had to admit it, we simply don't have enough power to defeat him yet, especially with him coming at us with the intent to kill.
저검 하나는 언제 봐도
That sword, just as enticing as always. I think back to our previous battles, Don Quixote of La Mancha Land. He was undeniably a more powerful foe than Lei Hang. There's a significant gulf of power between them two, I can sense it. But we're struggling against him so much more. Because unlike Don Quixote, this guy's actually trying to kill us. His jocular demeanor seems to imply that, to him, this was just another day at work, but he's got no intention of toying with us. He's going for the kill. Didn't know that could make this much of a difference. There was so much that separated him from the rest of us. His sheer physical strength, experience, and skill, not to mention the powerful armor and apparently famous weapon. All of that combined into one became a wall that stood between us and our goal. at least. If we can somehow fight on equal ground.
단테님, 다음은 어떻게 해볼까요?
What should we try next? Honglu asked with a slightly exhausted voice, but he's smiling still. That's strange. Honglu's never been the first one to ask the questions or share his opinions with the rest of us. He'd reply to others' questions or share a few detached observations when we were at an impasse, but... Honglu? This is probably a bad time to ask him this, but I had a burning question that needed to be answered. Why did you ask that? I mean, what I'm asking is, whatever I'm throwing at him doesn't seem to be working, and while I can keep bringing you guys back,
알 것 같아요.
I think I know what you mean,
하지만 저도 잘 몰라요.
but I don't really know why I asked. That was an odd thing to say, but Honglu's expression did not seem confused or complicated at all. His eyes carried that sense of freedom of someone looking far off into the distant horizon.
꽉 닫혀 있던 방 안에 아주 조금 창의 틈이 열린 것 같아요.
First time Honglu's thinking for himself and willing to ask us an important question. I felt the window open slightly ajar in the dark, stuffy room.
먹먹한 소리가
Muffled noises have finally found a place to go, and a pleasant breeze has been drifting through my room.
어느새 그 바람이
And it carried me away to someplace else,
흘러가게 하고
little
있었나
by
봐요.
little. His eyes focused on me.
그러니까
Maybe that wind is why I became curious of your thoughts, and why I asked you about them, Dante.
그 바람
But I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what I can do to get past this monster. This is especially why it was important that they separated us from Virgilus.
단테님,
Dante,
제게 이번 일을 어떻게 할지
when you said you wanted me to make the
말씀하셨는데
decision,
이런 고난을
did you expect that I would be this difficult? No, I didn't. Not like this.
그렇다면 제가 순탄하게
Then
일을
did you
해결할
think that
것이라고
this task would be nothing more than a breeze? Of course not.
하지만 제게 선택의
But you
기회를
gave me a chance to
주셨죠.
choose for myself anyway. That's because I had faith that it was the right thing to do.
이미 아시는 거죠?
You already know, don't you? I didn't have a clue as to what Honglu was going to do, but I believed that his choice would be correct. That's why he...
단테님이 지금 어떻게 해야 할지 모른다고 하셔도
Even if you feel lost, even if you're not sure of your options now, Dante,
저는 분명 또 다른 방법을 떠올리실 거라
I have faith that you'll be able to find a different path.
제게 흘러오는 바람이
That's what the gentle breeze whispered to me as it tickled my back.
등을 간지렸거든요.
That's why Honglu trusted me. Very well then. Chaché! Under mercy, all shall be made equal. By entering a contract with me, the sinner's strength were all raised up or dragged down by a similar level, despite the disparity before that. If we're in an unfair fight, all we need to do is level the playing field. It ties so well to the welfare department. No darn clue what just happened, but you sure are keeping this interesting. Some kind of trick to bring me down to y'all's level, huh? Now that's mighty unfair. Though when the going gets tough, I get you gotta do what you gotta do. Alrighty then, let's keep this rolling.
그래서 단테님
So have you decided what you want to do, Dante?
정화
Yeah. Time for round 2.
방금 파도가 너무 거칠었던 탓에 치명상을 입은 동료가 생긴 것 같아요. 확인해 보시는 게 좋겠는데.
He hears his voice. Cheshit's. Cheshit's Mercy averages the offense level and defense level of all units. After the Cheshit effect activates, allied identities gain 3 offensive level and 6 defensive levels. First time unleashing effect. Cheshit Mercies lasts for the duration of this encounter. It put us all on equal ground. It's fitting that I have a little bit of caffeine then. My goat is still watching out for me. Keep making it worth my bullets.
기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려눕히자고.
Pray. In a clash with an enemy, clash power -5. If this unit equipped an attack skill, deal 50% less damage. If this unit equipped defense skill, take 75% less damage. If this unit wins a clash against Lei Hangul under this effect, gain 3 of the least owned ego. She has a clash counter. It's fine. Ooh. But you have resistance. Whatever. It's fine. This is 1 Tiger Mark round. I was so curious who from the middle layer we were gonna get first. Because you have exactly a perfect reason in this exact same scenario to also get an ability from Gebra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, but thematically, kindness would work well. No, the kindness makes the most sense. Gebra next and then Tepere. The middle layer is my absolute favorite.
별것도 아니잖아요.
Like, the middle layer without a doubt, no questions asked, 100% my absolute favorite. Beastly Instinct. Deals plus percentage HP difference divided by 2 damage to targets with higher HP percentage than this unit. Turn start, gain attack up, damage up. I can't. I can't. Who is this after? Because that's after you. No, you can still hit that. Which means... she's gonna get targeted regardless. But... if I can make him lose this... Question. Clash, lose, yeah. Yeah, no, I wanna clash with these, regardless. Because I want to make him lose as many shots as I can. But if he loses regardless, then that means after attack reload once per round. If this use you do not have Savage Target Mark. I'll save it.
산소를 경멸고 라샹 끝을 낼 시간 자 맛볼 시간
Specifically Honglu's chapter. But Ryoshu, of course, also gets above. This is Honglu's chapter. This isn't about him. I keep reading that double slash is double down, and I completely blame playing a Gunbreaker for that. Gotta drop something big on you. Don't let it kill you now and spoil all the fun. Tangle Cleaver. Prioritize the target with prey. Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. This unit does not become staggered before use of the skill. Consume all inner strength stack on self. Plus 10 stack, gain attack weight plus 1 for every stack for every 10 attacks consumed. 25 stack, final power plus 1 for every 4. Sum target on main target. On clash, lose. Okay.
지켜보고 있었지.
놀라운 명령이네요. 저를 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
You can target her all you want.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
That is probably my favorite ability unlocked so far.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
She still won that.
돌아올 서 있으면 못 떨어진다.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
How close is she?
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마. 홀려버려도 구해주지
11,
않을 테니.
14. She's almost at 15.
고귀하게.
That was probably dangerous. I should have checked how close I was to corrosion.
돌아올 서 있으면 못 떨어진다.
No corrosion. Still good.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
Come on, come on, come on. He's specifically also strong against slashing lust, specifically Ryoshi's ego gear. Got ya.
무불아위.
She's at 15 for both.
이만하면 순환이죠. 바람이 딱 좋네요.
You stagger in just under 100. All I need to do is survive this onslaught. It's going to Honglu, that one's going to Rodian. Unrelenting Spirit. Gain 1 damage up and 1 power up for every 20% missing HP on self. Inflict 2+2 more tremor potency with this unit's skill. If this unit speed is faster than targets by 3 or more, convert the final coin of Triple Strike Burst to an unbreakable coin. This buff cannot be this buff changes Unrelenting Spirit Shin when using a specific pattern. So close. Stagger.
저 흑표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
She would get it like right after.
대가리 딱 대류 산초 경혈 육시 느껴라. 아차! 기다려.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
큰거 하나
금방 끝내고
쓸란게
버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다.
깨지 말아야.
Insane. I Shall Impale would be better, in theory. I Shall Impale would be better in theory. In theory. But we're not gonna do that.
딱 대고. 지금이다.
He can tell me to check it out as much as he wants. It's not gonna stop me from killing him. Y'all don't go on hunting tigers without being... Ooh.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
Who are you targeting? The fact that he keeps targeting Ryoshu with that. My goat is always watching me.
산소류 경혈 온 라샹.
I never lost faith in you, Cheshire. Sociologists have to stick together.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
I want to see how much damage Ryoshu is doing. Because even with the resistances, that is a lot of burn. He won that? Because, like, even with the resistances, she's still doing, like, a good amount of damage.
쟤 금방이라도 고기 조각이 될 것 같은데 괜찮을까?
He's calling them in for bullets. Wait, those are Savage Tiger Mark rounds. Honglu, you need to defend. That one's going after. I want them dead, but I also do not want too many people to take excessive damage. So I'm really depending on the skill. I'm really depending on the ego here to do the heavy lifting.
적출할게요.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니.
Please, please, please.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원 무엇인가?
That's one heads. That was a tails, but I got a stagger.
돌아가서 있으면 목 떨어진다.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
She's hurting bad. Come on, Radiant. I think Gregor had a damage down. Yeah.
방금 파도가 너무 거칠었던 것이 치명상을 입은 동료가 생긴 것 같아요. 확인해 보시는 게 좋겠는데.
Is there any adjustment if he has... Coins that spend this ammo deal 30% more damage. But these are just normal Tiger Mark rounds. After attack, reload once per turn. Okay, yeah, so I just have to be careful for the next few bits. Need somebody else who could take this hit. I'm getting close. Yeah, because he's using... a lot of people are low. And I just do not know who's gonna get hit by this. He lost?
어우, 단테 고생해.
Ryoshu lived. He does have fragile, but he is hurting himself more and more. Gain clash power. No, gain clash power down and fragile equal to the stack. He's overheating. This gives me a chance, though. I need him slower. Building bind gets rid of his slash power-ups. Good. Oh, look at that. Then that also means that's something that also Ryoshu would be specifically good for. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The pinky star? Gain a new pattern. Yeah, and I already hit his 1 stagger threshold, so it's just this for the rest of the fight. Who are those going to, though? That's going to Ish. That one is also going to Ish. That one is also going to Ish.
깔끔하게.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
She lost that. I believe in you, Sinclair. $36. Ooh. She's just gonna...
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠려서 너희가 공격할지는 난 이스마엘이다.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
모든 결과들은
I forgot who I had in the back after Ishmael.
아니 그
잘 아끼죠. 맛볼 시간이다.
I need you slower.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 거의 손방망이인데?
Oh, this is it. I don't remember who he killed or when. For every sum. She's completely out of stacks. Extreme strength. Kansas inner strength consumed by certain skills. Gain 2 stack for every clash. Max 10. When clash lose the stacks gained from said clash. Gain 3 stacks when hitting an unopposed attack. Turn end. Gain haste based on total stack consumed this turn. Total stacks consumed 55. I don't have the resources to fight to hit them. Envy, gluttony. Like, these fire stacks just keep going up, too. A lot of these also being... Where is it? This also being unbreakable, but the fact that it just adds burn and tremor really doesn't help. Burn tremor count. Inflict burn and burn count. On unbreakable coins. Like, it just turns into a DPS race then. I need... I'd need to get just, like, insanely... I'd need to get insanely lucky with my damage. But I don't know how likely that is.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Broke those and I still got staggered.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
That's dead.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
It's gonna kill more than just her at this rate. Wait, Frank. Y'all, real impressive. Even pushed me this far. Yoshihide. You ought to unsheath that sword if you really wanted to win. What do you mean by that? More of a sprinter than a marathoner, eh? So I still won. But jeez. Your power don't hold up too well when the fight drags on. Time's up. Y'all had hard, I'll give you that. Shame this is where it ends. But this should have brought him down to our level.
경험의 격차가 유의미할 정도로
This may be attributed to the gap in our combat experience. That was a very appropriate time to like run out of steam too, because I was really down to the wire.
야, 앓는 소리 하지 마.
No more whinging, lad.
지금까지 해오던 거 이제
Ain't over till it's over, yeah?
언젠가는
We'll get him eventually.
수 있어.
Heathcliff encouraged us with his usual bluntness, but it was true that determination was the only thing keeping some sinners on their feet. The Teikon Temple is right there, right in front of us, but we simply can't get past this final threshold. Ji Kui said that we were the key to stopping the sword's power to kick from blowing, but we're stopped by this one man on a bridge between us and the temple. I thought I'd finally found a way to even things out by resonating with the golden bow, but I just don't see how we can get past this wall. Do not kneel. A low, deep voice boomed from behind us. Well, I'll be. You got here. You sure got here fast. You could have just taken your sweet darn time, but you just got here right now. But you just had to get here right now, so I was about to finish him off, eh? Seeing that cutscene and knowing that that means that I survived, that is all that I wanted. I see now. Honey Bunny didn't dig that hole for no reason, huh? I'm mighty honored you came all the way down here to see me, but I reckon things will get south real quick with you busting heads out there. Without you busting heads out there, my presence here took precedence. For they are not the kind of people who must stagnate here. That's so. Well, let's see then. Let's see who'll greet them fellers when they're done with their business. Let's see which of us will get a roll out the red carpet. Always wanted to kick your behind. Ain't this a mighty fine place to do it? Hot dang, I'm burning up. Despite Lei Hung's gung-ho provocations, Ji Kui paid him no mind. He looked to Zilu, who was barely breathing. She was slumped against the wall. How long will you remain in slumber, Zilu? She ain't gonna wake up anytime soon, friendo. I really cut her up good this time. Why don't I put you to rest right next to her? Lei Hung's blade flashed with fire once again, and he charged like a lightning strike towards Ji Kui. But Ji Kui's staff brought Lei Hung's blade to a screeching halt. Go. Lei Hung's forces have already been alerted to the fact that Ji Shichen has already entered the Teikon Temple. Thus, in that brief moment where Ji Shichen completes her ascension and exits the Teikon Temple, they will attempt to cut off her head before she gains full control of the Hierarch's Heisho pack. They will use the loophole that the ritual to. They will use the loophole that the ritual. Ooh. They will use the loophole that the ritual to become the family hierarch isn't truly over until she rises to the surface. Ji Shichen does not have any substantial foundation, nor sponsor who protects her. No family will come to her aid. It is most likely that they are simply waiting for someone to kill her in their stead. However, one thing I can give you is that once you enter, and until you exit the temple alongside Shichin, not a single foe shall cross this bridge as long as I stand. Shichin will survive this day.
시춘이를 무사히 지상으로 호위하여
And we will bring Shichin safely back to the surface and escort her to the seat of the family hierarch.
제 아무리 뒤에 세력이 없는
Indeed, it will be a considerable undertaking for any family to strike down a family hierarch, even one without a foundation like Shichin.
오라버니께서 그리하시겠다면
Dayu,
좋겠습니다.
대요? 어떻게 여기까지?
how did you win the Gashtar? I thought the Sui family turned against Daganwan already.
모든 설가가 그런
Now
뜻을
all
가지고
Sui
있다.
has.
보호구라버니
Miss Baochai has sent me in secret to assist you.
대관원의 미래 같은
Just turn back the clock, Rio. She's fine. She's persistent. That's why I love her. I have not come to discuss or pursue a lofty goal like the future of Daganwan. I only wish that neither I nor Miss Baochai wish to see you fall here.
바라지는 않아요. 그뿐입니다.
That is all.
내 뒤에 서라.
Then stand with me.
미처 막지 못한 것들을
Stand with me against the tide and defeat any foe that has made it through.
기꺼이
Gladly.
고마워. 대요.
Thank you, Dayu.
저 멀리 다른 병력이 몰려오고 있다.
Over there, soldiers. A different force is marching toward the temple.
그거 들키는 거야. 뭐 시간
You knew darn well that this was only a matter of time.
그렇게
If
자신만만하게
y'all think you got what it
말했으면
takes, just try and stop us.
나가보소.
Let's see if you can live up to your boast.
앞으로 가라.
Go forth, Ji Baoyu.
네 진심을 믿는다.
I have faith that your heart is true. That was an insane fight.
오랜 목마름도 버버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 할 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Honglu took so
유일한 통이니까.
the only two people who took more damage, who took second damage to Honglu was Gregor, then Ryoshu. But Ryoshu did so much damage. She did 700. So much anger. A kite. Two kites. No, there's always other kites too. There's one here, and then there's two kites here. A temporary truce. So, okay. With them defending the bridge, we managed to reach Taekon Temple's entrance. Son of a bitch. Only to find the last people we ever wanted to see waiting at its gates. N-Corp and their troops, all of them wearing eco gear. That's so much. It almost looks like they came here ready for a war.
여기까지는 이사님 말씀대로군, 구보.
It has happened exactly as the director said so herself, Kubo.
맙소사.
Goodness. What brings you such distress, my wilted and fallen old fellow? It would have been no trouble for someone of your intelligence to surmise that we would be waiting here, waiting where your journey ends. Or has your love for the company of these new fellows slowed your mind?
네, 바쁘.
The path I walk is a busy one.
그리고 지금같이
and I have no words or sentiments to impart to someone such as yourself when a dear fellow of mine requires my support in haste. Yi-song. Gubo opened his mouth to say something in response, but Yi-song swiftly brushed past him without hesitation. My boy is growing. And
오래 기다렸다, 동생아.
you certainly took your time, little brother.
조조가 여기에는 왜?
What's he?
너희들을 기다리기 위해 친히 마중
Just waiting out here to greet you and your friends.
너무 그렇게
Do not glare at me
무섭게
so.
말고
You need only accept our offer,
우리가 내놓는
and we shan't have to
계획에
fight.
너희는 수락만 하면 되는 것이니. 이른바
A temporary
일시적
truce, if you will.
거지.
휴전이요? 지금 여기서요?
A truce here and now? Why? Yi-song has been taking such important small steps, but each of those small steps all feel massive every time that he does something.
공교롭게도 우리 또한 저 안에 볼 일이 있거든.
It so happens that we have business to see to in there.
그리고 오직 가보.
And Shibao, you're our
너만이
only
저
key.
문을 열 수 있다는 것 또한 알고 있지.
Now, why would we help you?
너희가 백날 천날 가져가려고 길을 쓰는 그 황금
You must
가자.
have come here in search of the golden bow, as you always are.
이번에는 우리는 관심이
But that is not what we've come here for? Him being able to blow off Gubo like that is such a strong character moment for him.
황금가지보다 더 중요한 샘플만 얻으면 지체 없이 여기를 떠날 셈이지.
We intend to leave here as soon as we earn the sample, something far more important to us than the golden bow itself.
공연히 힘을 쓸
Let
필요가
us not
없이
engage in a skirmish that,
괜히
after all,
자네들과
shall be in
싸울
vain.
필요도 없지 않겠나.
You... What?
말을 어떻게 믿고?
And you just expect us to believe?
생각을 해봐라.
Think about it for a second. Would we have forfeited with so little hesitation had our purpose been to claim the golden bow? No, he's right. First place takes Hierarch. He didn't care about that. They didn't want that. Second place was going to pick the golden bow. That was between us and them. But even in third place, that means that their goal, even if they got second place or third place, their goal would have still been achieved. That's the only reason he didn't fight us for second place, or especially not for first. This is just a useful cover for them.
우리가 원하는 건 3등 정도여도 무리 없이 얻을 거라고 예측했기
We thought coming in
때문이지.
third would be more than enough to procure what we came for.
당신은 그럼
I see, so you weren't acting on behalf of the G family at all, but for N-Corp all along.
아무래도
Are you all really that stupid? You must be.
전에 봤을 때
I don't
분명
recall ever
N
hiding my
소속이
allegiance to
있었지 않은
N-Corp
것
the last time we met. Or did all of you collectively choose to forget that?
더욱이
Besides,
내가
I wouldn't lower myself to
보잘것없는
participate in this
명예를
messy little
탐하겠다
game of
치고
family hierarchy
이
war
어수선한
for something so
가스대
worthless
전략을
as the
끼는
honor of the G family.
이름을 갈아치운 그날부터
I have not once lived for this family since the day I
나는
changed
이
my
땅을
name.
위해 살아본 적이 한시도 없다.
To be fair, I think we also told Juan that he would kick his ass if he didn't also forfeit. He did. He did. He did. And he was holding back when fighting us. So if he really meant that, no, Juan definitely would have had cause for concern.
사씨 가문은 우리 N사 신구인회를 고용했지.
The Shi family hired us. The N-Corp, the new League of Nine Literatures.
사씨 쪽에서 가주가 나오지 않는
Our job was to void the results of the evaluation if a Shi family candidate fails to win the contest.
예나 지금이나
They never
변변치
changed, do
않은
they?
자격을
Mediocre qualifications, yet always coveting something far beyond their reach. Part of it definitely could be them trying to save face. But then also that ego gear scares me. Like, because if they really wanted it, they could have fought us for it. But they didn't deem that to be worth it. At least for G, it definitely feels like he's trying to save some bit of his own pride, but for whatever reason, he is following N-Corp's plan. As you might expect, N-Corp does not give up so easily. If you will not accept my truce, we can simply sit here and wait for you to do something in the standoff. We're not the ones pressed for time. I hope we're not taking his words as face value. We're not. But do we have any alternatives? He's already stalled us enough. He's right. We're the ones running out of time. Shikui is strong, really strong, but not even he can stop all those soldiers on his own forever. I'm growing anxious. He says he's willing to leave us alone once he gets what he wants, but there's no way for us to be sure of that. But it's hardly a good idea to fight them now or remain locked in a standoff for who knows how long. If this fight is inevitable, it's better to enter a truce with them for now, find Shichun, and then fight them if we must. Besides, Honglu and Shichun might be in danger. Honglu said Shichun might be in danger. I had to prioritize that, no matter what. It can't be helped. Let's head inside. So I made the call.
단테님의 생각을 따라가 봐요.
Honglu's actually participating. So you've decided to open a door. At least your leader has some semblance of intelligence. Here's to our fruitful yet brief cooperation. Lead the way. We'll be right behind you. And we finally made it to the great gates of Taekon Temple. Honglu approached the gate handles. Then, with one hand over his eye, he brings his jade eye close to the engraved hole in the gates. My eye is the only key to opening these gates from the outside. It's so that I can visit the elders whenever they want me there. To be free from aging and death, this is another boss fight. This is another boss fight. To endure. We must endure. If I'm correct, this is also the one where people complain. Nothing else is as hard as Lei Hang. Good. One, because that makes that fight really cool. Because that is now our new kind of power scale. Where we absolutely cannot fight him at all. But we have proven that if we can get onto his level, and if we get a little bit more experience, we could meet him where he's at. Right now we can't beat him, and that's us forcing him down to our level, but if we can climb up to where he is, that is a tangible goal for us. Limbus? It's been a while since like there's been a game that has done this. Limbus has a really good sense of scale. The chested power is very nice, and it's also just my boy coming back. But Limbus has a really good sense of scale, because I was thinking about it just recently. Because even when we fought the middle, he had question marks above his head, like, we didn't know the stats, and like, that was more of an endurance fight. And that was back in Kanto 5. That was when we were doing stuff with Ishmael. And then he didn't show up again until Nocturnal Sweeping, like over a year and a half later. And then we finally see what his level is. Next time we see Ricardo, he's absolutely getting rolled. Like, no question. We are more than strong enough at this point to fight him head to head in like a real honest fight and genuinely take him. And that makes me really excited, because that is tangible progress that we are making. I don't want to go inside. I'm scared. Baoyu, our little Baoyu, the gem of our family. How many times must I tell you that you mustn't fear? It was always your destiny to be the precious jade of our family and the elders. That was decided the moment you were born. The revered children await your arrival. You mustn't make them wait. Silence. Your craven behavior is unbecoming before the presence of a precious object. Precious object. My humble apologies. Lil Bao Yu, you are not like the others. I'm not. Only those who are blinded to the true forms find themselves delighted and repulsed by material beauty and malformation. Only those who are blinded to the true forms find themselves delighted or repulsed by material beauty and malformation. They are the past and the future of Dagonwan. It is only thanks to their deeds and good karma that luxuries of Dagonwan are permitted to us. You must always maintain a grateful heart. Am I understood? They're so scary. I'm here. Welcome, little Bao Yu.
너를 오매불망 기다리고 있었단다.
Lately, Hing fight is the one that got the big nerfs. The fight after this one got some minor nerfs as well. The fight you're going to do is the only one that didn't get touched. Now I'm not terrified. I am anxious, but anxious in a very excited way. We have waited long for your arrival. Oh, this is grim. It was already perfect. Today must be your molting day. Young master, please save me. If I'd known, I'd never have volunteered.
등골까지 남김없이 빨아드시는군.
I see that you're enjoying it down to the spinal marrows. I must remind you to hand its flesh over to me once you've drunk it in full. Your greed in claiming extra chunks of its flesh almost harmed the integrity of my body.
보가, 네가 얼른 무럭무럭 자라나서.
Bao Yu, oh Bao Yu, we cannot await the day you are fully grown.
이 대관원을 떠나 더 값진 것을 보고 듣고 할 날이 오면 좋겠구나.
We eagerly await the day you are to depart Dagonwan, to see far and beyond, to witness and hear things of great worth. Okay, thank you.
호기가 왔구나.
Welcome, little Bao Yu.
인사를 드리기에는 너무 이르게 온 것
It is
아니냐?
not too early an hour for you to greet the elders. Is it not too early an hour for you to greet the elders?
아직 가족 승계 의식이
The ascension of the new family hierarch is yet to be completed. Before Shaimu was Shichen lying unconscious on the... I just noticed the flayed body. Lying unconscious on what looked like an altar. And...
이들이
Despite our sudden arrival, they all turned to us at once without even a hint of mild surprise.
이게 대관원에서 그렇게 떠받들었던 선임들이라는 존재.
They're the revered Shinran that all of Dagonwan venerate and worship so profusely.
그래. 일이 될
Indeed,
줄을 알았지.
I knew this would happen.
오, 가까이 와보거라.
Come hither, come hither.
그들이군. 언젠가 직접 보게 될 날을 고대하였지.
That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot to just visually take in. Oh my god. It is them. We have been looking forward to meeting you all.
너희 알아요?
You recognize us?
지난번에 그 놀이공원에서 피로 만들어진 기구는 참 흥미로웠네.
I must say, the bloodcraft that rides at the amusement park made for quite the interesting show.
혈귀들에게 독특한 능력이 있다는 것은 익히 알고 있었으나 직접 보니 상상 이상으로 매혹적이었어.
They have the same music playing as when you fight my form empties. I was aware that the blood fiends are imbued with rather unique powers, yet it was most enticing to witness the manifestation of their might myself.
고위 권속 혈귀가
Even I did not know that a higher kindred commands such overwhelming might. His abilities were quite distinguished from that of the blood fiend elder of Hongguan. We'd be remiss not to mention the laboratory at the basement of that manor.
대단한 장면이었어.
That's why I was. That's why K-Corp Honglu is the most accurate one to use. Because Honglu. That's horrible. That's so horrible. It truly was the most wonderful sight.
사람이 흉체 없이 녹아버리고 해없고 새로운 것이 빚어질 땐
We were most delighted to watch that man melt into nothingness, only to be remolded and born into something new. You should have been here to hear our thunderous applause. And I would like to commend you all for the sheer hatred and ferocity you have demonstrated when you rode so valiantly into the pallid whale's belly. A truly most dramatic moment. We could almost feel the heat of your determination to take a life from here, the fire of hatred and vengeance.
우리를 계속해서 지켜보고 있었다는 것인가?
That has been watching us all along then.
그렇다. 우리는 보기의 옥을 통해서
Through Baoyu's jade. We have witnessed this journey of yours from beginning to now.
이 얼마나 값지고
What a priceless offering you have all been.
보기를 출가시킨 것은
It was a wise decision to make Baoyu depart from this place. We did not have a moment to feel even an inkling of tedium. I find it quite exciting to see you all, those we had only peered through the jade, so up close and in person. It is said that in recent years in a city, some subset of the population would see the present circumstances as an occasion to receive their signatures to a mysterious end. Huh? Wait, huh? It is said that in recent years in a city, some subset of the population would see the present circumstance as an occasion to receive their signatures to a mysterious end. It seemed that subset of the population are referred to as fans.
이게 대체 무엇이란 말이오?
'Cause they don't remember K-Corp Singularity.
바람하지 않는다던 영생이라는 것이 이리 꼼짝 않고 들어앉아 극을 관람하는 소일거리일 뿐이란 것인가?
You have sought immortality so diligently, only in case yourselves in this theater of fools where one does not but leer at plays made up of the lies of others.
무료와 맞서는 여생이라니.
Eons of emptiness, filled with naught but struggle against tedium.
이곳에서 한없이 긴 삶을 영위하며
I have found true enlightenment in this life of eons, that the most important part of life
단연코 즐거움이었지.
is pleasure all along. This is a really interesting, almost inversion of Dream of Red Room. Every other emotion is fleeting and meaningless. We can no longer feel them. They are the ones drowning themselves in the pleasures of the earthly. But their pleasures is watching as a mere spectacle to everybody else and everything that we've been through. Death is finite, yet boredom is infinite.
오빠?
Shichun seemed to have regained consciousness. She calls out to Honglu in a faint, fading voice.
정신을 차렸느냐?
I see that you have come too.
여기는 어디야? 가모님.
Venerable Chaimu,
선임분들을 모시는 대관은
the noblest
가장
land in
귀한
Daganwan,
땅이지.
where the revered Shainun reside.
이제 너는 가주가 되기 위한
You have but one more ritual to
마지막의
complete
순간을
to become the family hierarch. Even, like, the barrel, I don't even know if it's a barrel. It looks like the K-Corp Singularity.
저는
Shichun's face was contorted with sheer, unadulterated fear.
이제 이해를 갖추어라. 몸소 홍원과 가문 그리고 후손을 위해 최초의 충이 되신 우리의 뿌리.
Now present yourself with the utmost respect for our ancestor, our steadfast root, the one who has become an anma worm for the sake of Hongwan, the great families and their descendants.
전원 총님을 모시는구나. 이 얼마만의 감격스러운 성공인가.
Blessed be the Zhan Huang worm, the Anmun worm of the immortal emperor. The trembling voices began to swell with emotion as they began to harmonize as one. No, 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 no. The only one making out of this room is us and Shichun. Something, oh my god. Something squirms beneath the skin of Shaimu's neck. It continues to quiver, slowly taking shape, sculpting into a face, then a head protruding from her flesh.
난 안 볼래.
No, no, thank you. I'm not gonna look. The face holds an expression so benevolent that appears almost eerie.
설마
That thing, is that
진짜 그
is that the Anmana worm? This thing.
이분을 받아들이는 순간 선인들과 혼연일체가 되는 영광을 누리게 되지.
This is little fucking hands. Only by accepting this eminence into your body shall you have the honor of becoming one with the revered Shainun in both psyche and soma.
세대를 거쳐
The
내려온
unparalleled
이곳
honor
모든
of receiving
법칙의
generations of
지식과
knowledge, wisdom, all of which has been accumulated through our
모두
venerated
누리는
elders.
영광을 감히
be honored to be an audience of such a great man,
대관원에서
the first to be metamorphosized into a form of the Amna worm, the founding hierarch of Dagon One. One could spend their entire lifetime venerating and exalting his greatness, and it would still fall short of the blessings he has bestowed upon us. He has never graced your presence until now, little Bayou.
저분이야말로 우리 중 가장 공덕을 많이 쌓아올리신
He is the one who has amassed the greatest quantity of deeds among us. Know that his wisdom is without equal. The plan to manifest the precious jade of Dagon One was formulated by his magnificence. Many, many years passed until the family hierarchs, both those who came before and after my reign, came to realize that what we needed was amusement. On the commiserator of our pain, the commiserator of our pain, our suffering from tedium and meaninglessness, this all-consuming emptiness. This is such a great foil to La Mancha of La Mancha land being completely sealed off and cut away from all of the rest of society, from actual people, and how the Blood Fiends turned on Don Quixote because they weren't able to feed. But then this has all these vulnerable elders all locked in this one room, peering through the small jade in Honglu's eyes, purely for their own entertainment, while being completely disconnected from everything that was going on. It is such a great parallel. He has bestowed this royal palace with a peerless gem for us. That is the day Tekkan Temple became complete. A land of endless amusement and pleasure, a land where we needn't empty our thoughts any longer. Paradise on earth, is it not? Revolting insects scoring for morsels of satisfaction from peeping. To sacrifice so many innocent lives for so little, all for these deficient forms of immortality. So much for the enlightened ones, you vile ghouls. Man. Grandmother, I would like to ask you something. What happens when a new hierarch accepts the animal worm of the great ancestor? She will be gifted with the accumulated wisdom of all Shairan here. Then she will be freed from this pathetic, disconnected body of an individual, free to share both her emotions and reasons with all of us. Assimilation, and eventually evolve into a transcendent being that exists solely to dedicate herself for the prosperity of Dagon One. A being that exists solely for the prosperity of Dagon One. Do all who accept this Jianhuang worm end up desiring immortality? All of those who have accomplished a certain degree of deeds naturally carry the desire for immortality. It is simply human. Incorrect. Every family hierarch must find their own secret to immortality over the course of their reign to the day they abdicate the responsibility, as all Shairan have thus far. What's up with this weird obsession? You've all carried the mantle of hierarch. Each of you is the top dog of the whole wing. You must have all lived lives with all the bells and whistles it has to offer. So how come you all ended up living hiding away in some dank basement? Insignificant worms destined to crawl their entire miserable lives under our feet to their dying days, to depart this world, have accomplished precisely nothing, shall not understand. That we refuse to return to the void of non-existence, leaving behind all of our labors and accomplishments that has brought Hongguan to its present glory. Were we to fall, so too shall Dongwon, and so too shall Hongwon. How are we to leave Hongwon behind, our own creation? The life of a mere hierarch, destined to peter out before it even reaches a century. It's hardly enough time to truly lead. We existed at Hongwon's incepence. Thus exist we shall at the end of Hongwon. Blimey, ask one question to get a whole bloody chorus. We have tarried over long. To accept the animal worm of the ancestors, very much like the experience of being reborn. Is it not what you sought so desperately, to stand before the masses in their undivided attention and all? Am I going to be like them too? I remember him. He's my great-great-grandfather. I thought he'd left to meditate a long, long time ago. He used to sneak me snacks and told me so many fables and stories. Fear is fleeting next to the eternity of euphoria that awaits you, girl. I have experienced the very same myself. Jimu slowly approaches Shichun, and Honglu takes a step toward her too. Remember what you asked me earlier? Is this even your call, brother? Or are you just following their orders? Back then, I didn't really understand why you asked me that question. But now, I'd like to ask you the same thing. Shichun, do you really want to become the family hierarch? Shichun gets to play with Big Bro all day and get a present too, and she didn't even have to do anything. I think it'd be so cool if we could play together like this forever and ever and ever. No, I don't. I don't. Not like this. Ridiculous. What this child desires is of no relevance. Tradition wields the sacred ritual, and tradition cannot be defied. As our forefathers have, as we have, you need only do as you are told. For that is the hierarch's destiny. Destiny? Sacred ritual? All I see here are a bunch of beyond geriatric bastards looking to turn her into just another tool in their hands to prop up their opulence. You can't force her into doing something she doesn't want. My, hi Young. Your friends certainly talk as though they're living in some dreamland. No wonder they are fellows of yours. Foolish girl, the will of an individual is trivial in Daoism. Only by the acceptance of that truth shall you preserve your life. How dare you allow such insolence to guide your tongue? Be not agitated. That child Ishmael is a rebel by nature. She recalcitrates it. Such recalcitrance is best allowed to slide as a perennial resistance of an immature thing. Calling her just like a teenager. What do children who have experienced less than half a century know to speak of wisdom? We have watched your journey from its inception to now, thus we know you better than anyone. Their lives have been shaped by nothing but foolhardy, young, witless, and flawed choices. Yet from their foolish choices we have found amusement, and by their foolish choices was this journey they call an adventure made possible. Adventures are indeed luxuries of imbeciles. It was quite enthralling to watch as you made choices that we never would have. We have watched as you battled your way here, thus we know what you have come here for. Yet the answer is simple. You need only allow the anima worm to enter Jai Shichen, help her assume the responsibility of the hierarch, and all this chaos, this adventure shall be resolved, and we need only await our next amusement to begin. Do what we want, you get what you want. Just the cost is that it takes up, it gives, it sacrifices Shichen. Shai-Chun, Jaimu, it would be thoughtless of us not to bring up the day of the Kong family massacre when discussing our finest amusements.
감사드립니다,
You
손님.
honored me, revered Shairan. I'm gonna refill my water. Give me 1 sec. They're like actually making me mad. I've returned. I also have a Pop-Tart. Because I was getting a little bit hungry. But anyway. Just have to make sure that I actually put that someplace where it's not gonna... There we go. Okay. Non-human beings of intelligence, birthed within the boundaries of a city, breeding again and again. The newborns torn and ripped to shreds by the head before being swept away. And the creme de la creme, our witness, values tears blurring his vision, and his most fascinating transformation from the day onward. We all experienced the heights of stimulation that day. You have done well, Jaimu. What an effort that must have been. Now you may join us here and take on Temple. Join us in this eternal witnessing to the last of of your internal endless days,
가시춘이 가져다 줄 새로운
and do
유희와
look forward to the next amusement that Chai Shichun shall bring us. Young and foolish adventurers, dearest companions of Lil Bao Yu, fulfill your purpose for having come here. Daganwan's survival hinges on the completion of the next family hierarch's ascension. They weren't wrong. Our purpose for coming here was to quickly certify the next hierarch, have her remove the outside forces that have invaded Daganwan, and prevent the conflagration of the war. But their other purpose for visiting Hongguang was to obtain an artifact called the Golden Bow. That nearly slipped my mind. They have gathered under one banner to find the artifacts known as the Golden Bows, and are motivated solely to acquire them. Thus show it to them. Show them the gift we have prepared. Your wish is my command, Venerable Shinden. What Jaimu showed us was the Golden Bow, shimmering in its familiar incandescence. Bao Yu, do as you always have done. Accept this Golden Bow and embark on your next adventure for us. This is our gift, our token of appreciation to you for the amusement you have and will continue to provide us. Honglu. Sinclair looked at Honglu with a sad expression. I couldn't quite tell if he was worried about what choice Honglu would make, or if he was feeling a sort of sympathy for him. Sinclair? Yeah? He's got it. But I think I already knew what Honglu's choice was going to be. Lil Bao Yu. There's a light smile on his lips. He stands still. Little brother, do not let me down another time. Jaimu has so generously presented this opportunity before you. Seize it. Grandmother, what will you do if Shichun refuses to accept the Amna worm to the end? The exalted Shanghuan Amna worm is too frail to have his form manifest outside a body for over long. Not to mention how the sacred ritual to accept him into one's body is a very precise procedure. Continued resistance could pose a significant risk for her life, and you would both do well to recall that there are many in Daganwan who desire the responsibility of the family hierarch. The very same rabble who are willing to abandon their own flesh and blood if it meant that they could seize power. So you think you're better because this keeps your body? So, if Miss Shichun refuses to the end, you're just gonna shove that worm into her ear, Danby the rest of her life. And if she dies in the process, you'll just swap her out with someone else. Important that it is Gregor talking about that, about changes to somebody's body without their consent. Especially how much that can alter them and how much that would alter her. That is why she must accept our exalted ancestor into herself with deferential welcome. This whole family hierarch war, the whole thing's a sham. It's all just a meaningless charade. Like a contrived condition that you have to find the answer to immortality and kick all of your siblings off some stupid competition, become the family hierarch. All of it just for their filthy greed and this disgusting amusement. All of us impart a counsel for you, O orphan child of tragic stupidity. I'll cut that tongue right out of your mouth. What other method would there be, if not the family hierarch evaluation, to determine if a prospective candidate is someone with enough wit to provide us amusement, like this Jaimu's destruction of the Kong family? Thus the evaluation is no meaningless charade.
죄송해요, 할머니.
I'm sorry, grandmother.
내어주신 황금 가지는
I can't take the golden bow.
없어요.
왜 그런 선택을 하는 것이냐?
Why do you choose this path, Baoyu?
너를 데려간 자들이
The company that has taken you desires for nothing more than this golden bow.
네.
Yeah, maybe. But
이루고 싶은 것은 없어요.
I don't have a wish or anything like that.
그러니 저를 흘러가게 이끌어
So as long as you help me continue to float away,
주시면
I'll do whatever you ask of me.
아직 완전해지지 않은 소망으로.
It is troublesome for us to employ you with an incomplete wish.
그렇다면 제의를 드리겠습니다.
Then allow us to propose
당신이
something.
원하는 것을 바라게끔 해드리죠.
We promise to give you something to desire.
원함을.
In other
드리겠다는
words,
것입니다.
we will give you something to want.
원함이란 어떤 걸까요?
But what does it mean to want?
마음이 동하는 감각,
It is a sensation that moves your heart,
혹은 허기짐,
a sort of hunger
갈망이다.
or a yearning.
그렇다면 더는
Once you have that,
그저 이리저리
you will no
흐르는
longer
물결에
simply
따라
float downstream,
흘러가지 않게
surrender
될
to the
것입니다.
ebb and flow of the water currents.
그렇네요.
I see.
지금이 그때일지도
Now might be the
모르겠어.
time.
이끄는 것에 반할지라도
Even if it means that I must push against the currents, even if it means that I'll be abandoned,
시춘이가 이대로 원칙을
I don't think I can
가져가는
sit here and watch as you force her to become a hierarch she doesn't want to be.
익숙하고 편한 길을 택하지.
You would rather walk away from this comfortable, treaded path and venture authority one.
결국 네 손으로
You would rather have even more blood on your hands.
각자가 원하는 것만
All you had to
얻고
do was let it
헤어지게
happen,
피차
and we could have
시간
both
낭비하면서
gained what we
얼굴을
came here
마주볼
for and
필요가
left,
없었을
ending
텐데.
this excruciating experience of having to look at your face.
대체 너희들이 원하는 것은 무엇이지?
What is your organization even after?
나야말로 네놈들에게 묻고 싶어.
I also have a question for all of you.
지금까지 너희들이
Have you
걸어온
really walked a pristine path of no bloodshed?
길이었는지.
Can you really say you've not caused anyone to suffer in your pursuit of golden bows?
황금 가지를 얻기 위해
You have left behind
눈앞에
countless
셀
deaths
수도
and
없는
sacrifices
희생들을
for that
모른
sole
척
purpose.
여기까지
You've turned a
왔지.
blind eye to every single suffering in your wake.
그런데 이제 왔어.
So what's another death, another
오랜
sacrifice?
시간 연을 끊었던
Is your little
동생
sister,
하나를
whom you haven't even spoken with in a long time, mind, suddenly more important than the bow? Now that's some rich hypocrisy.
왜 눈앞의 이득을 쫓지
Pursue your
못하고
interests,
일을
pursue the
어렵게 만드는
reward that
것이냐?
lies right before your eyes. Why must you make things so difficult?
그렇네. 형의 말대로
I wonder the same, brother.
지금껏 잘 바라봐왔던
All this
것들이
time, I had no qualms about
왜
simply
이리
watching
어렵게
things float away.
느껴질까?
So why is it so hard to let go all of a sudden?
휴전결렬.
Then it would be reasonable to assume that this truce is no more.
우리가 원하는 걸 얻기 위해서
That insignificant girl has to accept the Amna worm before we are to acquire what we came here for.
역겨운 것.
Disgusting as always. Orphan child of tragic stupidity is a very funny insult, but yeah, these people need to die. Because they're talking about like what happened with Sinclair's family. Like they're saying you're stupid for the choice you made. We wouldn't have made that decision. We're so much smarter than you. And like after everything Sinclair already had to go through, especially with Cromer basically shouting at him for saying, hey, yeah, you should have been happy that I killed your family. They saw everything that happened in La Mancha Land and they can't even bring themselves to... All that wisdom, and all it did is made them more callous. It's not even wisdom, it's arrogance. Oh, they absolutely are gonna come as an announcement pack. As the Feng Q, Gubo, Ji Huan, and their subordinates begin to assume a battle stance. Yep, here we go. Gubo.
자,
Oh.
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Level 70. After entering this encounter, gain 1 ego corrosion and corp of it, passing every turn. At less than 50% or at minus 20 SP or less, gain 1 additional. Wait, so you can corrode, and that is gaze. My little brother's hand I let slip. On hit against an enemy, inflict 1 gaze, once per identity per turn. When attacked by an enemy, inflict 1 gaze against the enemy. If Honglu is on the field, inflict 1 gaze against Honglu. Prioritize targets with grass. Gains a new pattern when there are targets with grass. If there are 4 centers with 4 gaze stacks, use skill All Contempt Unleashed. Better avert your gazes. When there are other surviving allies, if this unit becomes the main target from 5+ enemies, those enemies lose 10 HP and SP. So we can't all focus him down. We have to kill other units, which means we have to kill Gubo. Or at least when it's like attacked by 5 others. That's a gaze directly on Honglu. In clashes against Ji-Huan, clash power +2. The will to confront. On enemy kill, gain +3 poise count, and less than 20, use a special pattern. If an N-Corp employee accepts Ji-Huan's HP is less than 50%, use a special pattern. Please dedicate yourself to the new ideal. Okay, so these ones need to die first. Alright. I want to see if Yi-Song gets like a unique passive when dealing with Gubo. Ooh. Max X5's offense level, defense level -5. On Clash win, gain 1 stack. Lose 1. Of course he would. Ah, but I have him so far in the back. Oh well. This is a really cool chapter for these significant characters. He gets the same +2 in clashes versus Gubo. That's so cool. It's called responsibility. Everybody gets a really good moment. Not everybody, but like the characters that you think would be important enough to get a moment for this, get a moment for this, and that's really nice. Prioritizes Honglu. Contemptuous thing. Targets the rearmost unit, which also means Honglu. Cool. So they're gonna just get stunned. If I can't deal with these two... Damn it. That ego gear is nuts. Close.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게.
물론 해석했더라. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gain 10 Banii next turn, lose 1 stack. Honglu has 4 stacks. The target has 3+ gates, double the amount of negative effects inflicted by this skill. Honglu needs to deflect that. You're weak to blunt. This counter might be better. He's dangerous, but I need... Jesus. Just getting unlucky with those matches. Though, honestly, they would get more... They'd probably... Them having lower sanity means that they probably have a lot more at stake, especially for losing clashes and having lower sanity. So I'm starting to get it. Prioritize the frontmost target. Slashing, Envy, Gluttony. I don't want to do that. I have like exactly the ego for that, but I don't want to risk it.
대가리 딱 떼도 꿰뚫려라.
This is a very significant Kanto in terms of like us dealing with very significant threats. Consider yourself lucky.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
This pattern changed.
언제나 필요한 법이지.
Bullet drenched with the blood of a comrade. Prioritizes N-Corp employee. If this unit failed to attack the targeted unit, cancel this skill. This coin deals damage only against the main target. On hit, kills target. On hit, inflict target's HP at the on hit timing. Pride bonus. Wait, what? This coin deals damage only against sub-targets 100%. Okay. So I need to kill this one. I need to kill this one before speed turn 2. So, alright. Who's the rearmost? It would be Sancho. Contempt. Takes and deal minus 50% damage from and against Jihuan. Targets with Contempt gaze. Targets with Contempt cannot gain gaze. Expires at turn end. I simply... No, Yi Song needs to... I don't know why I keep doing that. Honglu needs to simply endure that. And I hate saying that.
대가리 딱 아류산토 정열 칼질. 갈라지도.
Perfect. He is a very big and sturdy boy. I am 100% sure that he can take it. I do really like that Gubo having to kill... That Gubo killing his own units, or not necessarily even betraying them, but like them dying is a beneficial mechanic for him. No target for you.
뭔가 싸한데.
I love this voice line so much. Do you wonder if those N-Corp soldiers were told that the boss was going to shoot them in the back? Well, honestly, given N-Corp, probably. It is a genuine possibility. Okay, these two will target Honglu. Ooh. N-Corp's full of freaks. I'm sure that that probably counts as loyalty. On use. This one is more dangerous. This one is still 3. I might be going a little extra, but I just want to make sure that that one dies. That one is going to target Sancho. Like, I really don't want to mess around with this one not dying and then getting hit by that skill. That would also heal SP. He gains sanity from his own men dying. I have enough resources for yearning, but it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough as in I don't trust that it would be enough to win the clash.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Contemptuous thing. Come on.
와, 엄청난
Okay, he died. Good.
기념할 만한 걸.
I thought he was turning around to shoot shoot Jihuan. He's at negative 20 now.
방금 완전 좋았어. 뭔가 싸한데.
이 혈투 승리를 획.
이게 이번 몸으로 들이쉬는 마지막 숨이 될지도.
At max stack, take 5% HP damage at turn end. He's getting pretty close to that. he's also pretty fast. That's still turn 3. Which means that Ryoshi would be the one getting that. I want to leave that up to Ryoshi because I want to trust that she can do it. Clash will counter. Are any of these... I can take this slow and be fine. No. One more pride, 2 more envy. Freela.
정출할게요.
아류탄초 경연육수 찌꺼라. 쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Should be fine.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Soft gold casted heart. Clash when gain shield. Ryoshi's almost there. What does she need? Envy. Offset. Oh, they'd be fine. Okay. Envy. Alright.
대가리 딱 떼도
Damn.
산에 집중해.
Damn it. He won too many in a row.
계속해봐라. 이 폭탄
달라진 것처럼 굴지 마.
Don't pretend you've changed. You're still the same trash as you were back then, scum.
뭔가
혐오스러운
싸한데.
버러지들에게 더 이상 시간을 끌릴 순
이게
없지.
이번 몸으로 들이쉬는 마지막 숨결일지도.
He has +5. Ryoshi, what are you at? You're at 15. Frontmost, and that one is weight. That means currently ideal circumstance is that I stagger him. Yeah, current ideal is that I stagger him. Those are all going to Heathcliff.
정출할게요.
피날레를 시작하자.
Serious skullbuster.
돌바가지, 거미 대가리. 자! 생각보다 너무 거센데요.
단테,
승리를
고생해.
Hey buddy, you're not the only one that has contempt. Aw, wouldn't that be something, huh?
정출할게요.
Mine's better.
흩뿌려져 추악한 모든 시선을 이끌리지.
Got ya.
경유십시. 피날레를 준비하지.
He's almost at a stagger.
이만하면 순환이죠.
Coward.
바람도 딱
승리를
좋네요.
이끌. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
저놈을 슈해.
앞차. 아류탄초 경연육시 느껴라.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
Just a normal skullbuster. How much bleed do you have on you? A lot. That's a lot of bleed stacks.
이런 힘도 있었나?
Haha. Compared to the thumb, they were nothing.
착각하지 마라. 해파, 거태. 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두른 거지.
Happiness, wrath, sorrow, and joy. Assuming K-Corp is the one, I'm going to assume slash gluttony slash blunt gluttony sloth are good,
원하신다.
which means these. And also for rupture synergy,
팽 주머니군요.
이 소리는 거품인가?
고래를 향해.
화점에 두지.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어.
소재가 준비됐어? 소재가 준비됐어?
투입합니다.
this is what I was waiting for.
형, 성가시게 되었어.
That's an annoying trick.
죄다 튕겨내기는.
Everything's just bouncing off that sod.
엔사 또한 에고의 추출에 성공했다는 것은 파악하고 있었지만
The fact that NCorp has already found a way to successfully extract ego has already been identified.
세상 이상의 완성도를 갖고 있군요.
However, it is at a more advanced stage than we had
그
imagined.
정도에 도달하기 위해서는
But they physically could not have had enough time to reach this level of completion.
가끔씩 기분 나쁜 놈이긴 하지만
You're not the most pleasant bastard to be around, but I must admit you are certainly capable.
범인이 어찌
It is no surprise that
그런
the
자의
layperson such as yourself fails to see through the vast mind of a scientist.
전부 나의 실험대로 되지
It really
않았나.
happened as my research deemed it would, did it not? The defensive field generated by this ego is invincible.
가주는 계속 이어져야 한다.
The lineage of hierarchs must continue. The bequeathment of immortality must continue. The amusements of life must continue. This momentary lapse in judgment mustn't be allowed to shake Dagonwan's status quo. You need only remain a gem, nothing more. Your only responsibility was to keep the jade clean, free of Mari, to bring further glory to Dagonwan. Jaimu, correct the foolishly lost child's wanderings. Return him to the rightful road. Why does the gem, the child, who must witness nothing but the greatest luxuries at the apex of the world, endeavor to become a worthless stone again? Now, ensure that the child, the benefactor of our love and care, may fulfill his duty and purpose for existence. What a tragic turn of events. I meant to bestow you the golden bow, forsaking one of the paths to immortality that I had acquired.
이 할미의 마음을 몰라주고 눈앞에 부질없는 것을
Yet you would rather pursue the pointless, fleeting charade against your own grandmother.
맞아요.
Yes,
할머니와 어르신들
grandmother,
저를
elders.
극진히 아껴주고
You have all loved and cared for me more than anyone else in Dagonwan has.
그 덕에 형과 누나들이
And that's why,
평생을
while my
서로
own
죽일
brothers
수
and
있는
sisters were
삶의
doomed to
공포가
spend the rest of their
되었습니다.
lives killing each other,
저는 방 안에서
I could simply witness the
수많은
lives
목숨이
plummet to the
곤두박질
cold
치는
earth,
것을
all from the comfort of my
얌전히
room.
바라볼 수 있었으니까요. 저희 부모님도
My parents also told me that I should be thankful for being born as a gem,
아무것도 하지
that I should feel lucky, that all I have to do is just keep an eye open. But grandmother,
더 이상 반짝거리기만 하는
what if I
것에
told you I'm exhausted,
지쳐버렸으면
tired of just glimmering on? A precious jade has no such thing as wants or desires. The golden bow? The golden bow slides into Jimu's body and begins to flicker its power spiraling into our body. The rewinding process you have shown us in the first round was most fascinating, and it has unlocked a new level of understanding in me, the true worth of this artifact, previously unnoticed and allowed to remain untouched within the depths of our treasury. Once we leave this little ruckus behind, I'll be sure to put that golden bow within the rewinding thing to good use as well. Right into it. Be honored in my presence, for you are the first to witness the power of this bolus.
자, 맞서보죠.
Hang on.
우리들에게
Most important part.
별것도 아니잖아.
This is phase 1. This unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types. Instead, this unit is inflicted with an effect that is inflicted against targets without SP. Gain malattunement. Base offense level +2, base defense level +2. Turn end, if panicked, recover from panic at next turn start and reset SP to 0. When recovering from panic, gain 2 attack power up, 2 defense power up next turn. If Honglu has Hollow Obedience, heal 15 SP. Clash power -2 and clashes against Jimu. Expire when this unit's SP reaches 45, or when the stack drops to 0. He has no stack on him right now. Losing count. Little value, the lineage of family hierarchs cannot end here. Lose this encounter when Honglu dies. All skills prioritize Honglu. Wait. I guess that's to me, so Honglu has to survive. Who shall serve the elders? Who shall convey the revered Zwan Huang Worm's will to Hongan Wanden? On hit, after Clash Win against Honglu, inflict Heaping Obedience once per skill. On hit, after Clash Win against Honglu, convert this to Hollow Obedience. Forbidden Pill of Hongguan. This is a good beat. Hang on, let me... It's a new Millie song, I have to. Your target has +5, some of Bleed and Rupture. You also gain Poise. All these attacks are going after Honglu. Target has +5, heal. Unbreakable. I love this beat. This beat's so good. It's like so chill too.
대가리 딱 떼도
Bird? Bird. tiger. Wait, a tiger and a bird.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Inflict poison. Oh, this is so good.
고귀하게.
따뜻한
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
Attack weight. This beat is sick.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
앞 꿰뚫려라.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Please.
남매 충전 최대치예요. 이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
She's almost at the first stagger threshold.
깔끔하게.
갈라지도록.
Close.
관찰을
끝났습니다.
So close.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려눕히자고.
I need to take whatever damage I can get right now.
깔끔하게 따뜻한
완벽한 한방.
Threshold.
시원한 거.
너무나도 많은 반짝임과
I've witnessed so many lights,
너무나도 많은 색들,
so many colors,
너무나도 많은
and so many emotions.
보았어요. 모든 것을 바라보아야
Everything that I had to witness drew my gaze away from the rest of the world.
눈이 그래서 제가 바라보는
So
세상
my world is nothing but a meaningless mess of confusing, patternless, and incongruent colors.
난 가끔씩은
Sometimes
궁금해지긴
I'd
했어요.
wonder
남들이 바라보는 세상
what kind of world reflects in the eyes of others.
과연 그들의 눈에는
Just what kind of world do
어떤
they live
풍경을
in
담고 있기에
that they become so attached to these silly little splotches in a myriad of colors? Why concern yourself with the way mayflies live? Their concern is only for what lies immediately before them. They are myopic, unable to see far enough to achieve anything of significance. Do you believe that Hongguan could have risen to its present reputation and prosperity had it not been for the revered Xianren? The other nests would have destroyed and devoured us whole. Honglu,
비록 모든
I know that not everything in your world was colorful, but
홍무 씨가 느꼈던가.
you must have felt something.
그러니까
Something that made you feel like
있었을 거잖아요.
a heart.
그랬을까요?
Do you believe so?
잃어버린 지
But it slipped away from me so long ago.
이곳은 너무 넓어서
And this place is too vast to find anything once lost.
까마득
That's not true. I'm sure you'll find it again, as long as you put your mind to it. As long as your heart is truly in it. Lil Bao Yu, do not let these empty words stir you. What could a frivolous thing like your perennial heart possibly do before the great will of Hongguan? Oh, revered Xianren of my heart, do you also believe that to be true? You understand. You acknowledge and appreciate my life, all that time I've sacrificed for Hongguan. The revered Xianren of my heart speaks. That I follow in the great will of Dongguan shall be reborn. That I, following in the great will of Daganwan, shall be reborn. Reborn as a mighty noble and immortal being.
이만한 순환이죠. 바람 딱 좋네요.
Numilly, 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 Numilly. Oh my god. Bad manners. Okay, that has to be the cut for this phase. It is. It's the cut for this phase. Honglu.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Overfeared Shinrin, Shi Miu brought the gem back. Damn it. This unit, the unit connected to this unit heals 25% and loses 20 SP. Gain 1 stack. At 3 stacks, use the self-detonation skill. If this unit is killed by self-detonation, inflict the cage character with 3 hollow obedience. No, we have to break it. Bananas. This is so good. Millie never misses.
깔끔하게. 산초류 경을 오.
We need you, Honglu.
끝을 낼 시간이다.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
This is such a good song.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Blasphemous transgressors. Outsiders shall not covet the treasure of Dagonwan. And there is Bao Yu, the precious shade. Convert all coins on his skill to unbreakable.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I'm losing it over how good this song is.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
Da-da-da-da.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 하도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Keen Rampage. 18, 30, no. La-di-da-da. Scout Menace.
대가리 딱 떼도 아류탄초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
Tremor and Bind.
거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을 걸.
La-di-da-da.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론
Bad Menace. You can win that. This song is so good. I'm just gonna keep saying that over and over again. Another threshold. And tomorrow we'll play whatever Big Bro Baoyu's favorite game is. How's that for a plan, huh? But what do you want? Here's some homework for you. When we meet tomorrow, you better have come up with something you like, okay? Happiness.
저랑 노는 건 그다지 재미가 없었을 텐데도
It cannot have been much fun to be around me, but Daoyu always invites me to play with her.
제 기분을 제일 먼저
She was
알아차려서
always the first to sense how I was feeling, always the first to be there for me,
저보다도 제일에 슬퍼하고
always the one to be sad for me, to be angry in my place.
그 순간만큼은
It almost deluded me into believing that I was no longer just a gem stuffed into a treasury.
착각이 될 정도였죠.
상당히 즐거워 보이는데요.
Happiness.
뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸
Hungless power.
좋아할지도
Clash power
몰라요.
+1 when there are one or more surviving out. I'm gonna lose it. Upon taking fatal damage, Honglu does not die and heals 50% HP instead. Nullifies the effect that turns this into a Precious Jade once. When clashing against skills that turns this unit into a Precious Jade, Clash Power +5. If this unit wins that clash, this unit does not become a Precious Jade, recovers from stagger, reduces Jaimu's SP by 10, and inflicts 2 fragile. On clash win against Jaimu, gain 1 random ego resource. My boy is growing. If you don't know what If you don't know the fathoms of the eye's powers, its special nature, skill, main targets, Honglu, ignore all skill effects and convert all coins on that skill to unbreakable. Da-da-da-da. Bad manners. It's only Clash Power +1, so it's not instant win. It's unopposed. Come on. She had a negative. There we go.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
My boy refuses. Is that serious? It's just Skullbuster. Da-da-da-da. She's almost at negative 44. Negative 45. Sucks to be you.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
이만한 순환이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네요.
Still nothing you can do. did you win that? You have power +4. Part of me wants to keep her sanity. Part of me wants to keep her SP down. But I also just want to hit her with as many debuffs as possible.
죄인?
산초류 경을 온 라샹스. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
353.
피날레를 시작하자.
116.
지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 차!
130. That's a threshold.
나는 환만대기 놀이하고 싶은데.
I want to play a bolus making game.
모래들이랑 사가리랑
Gather a bunch of sand and pebbles and leaves and seed to make a bolus, and the best bolus wins. Joy.
환희는 저를 계속 따라다녔어.
Juan always liked to follow me around.
할머니의
He
인정을
probably
받고
wanted
싶었어.
grandmother to recognize him.
환희는 어렸을 때부터
Juan always had this dream, even as a little boy.
이 도시에서 손꼽히는
He wanted to be one of the top bolus makers in his city.
정말을 듣지 않아.
Brother, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you,
성이 너무
but I was just so envious.
부러워.
I just wanted to know what they were going to show.
그곳에서 어떤
어쩌면 그 아이는
Maybe he really could have achieved that.
있을지도 몰라요.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
That's after dawn. That's a clash of 15. Da-da-da-da.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원이 무엇인가?
That's another heads.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 단테, 많이 피곤해?
She's almost at a stagger.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Be with this little girl, oh Shiren. I have to stagger the palanquin. Let's make sure to put you back in check. Who's that going after? Ryoshu. Faust has a good chance of winning that. She'd only get hit with a bleed and a rupture. But she is close to stagger. But might be worth it. No, I can do this. Okay, we're good.
만찬에 집중해. 자, 맛볼 시간이다.
I have to target and stagger the palanquin. Come on, Gregor.
관찰을
So close, so close, so close. Got it.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
Do it. Sweet.
고귀하게.
Have to make sure. Got ya.
기대해.
Got it.
돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요.
And then everybody gets their sanity back up.
파우스트가 알아요.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
Get you? Does she have 15? No. Keep the build up.
아류산초 경혈 60. 찢겨라.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
She's close. I have to keep the skill. She is below 50%. Damn it. Come, little Bayou. It is time for you to visit your elder. Visit the elders. Sarah.
어르신들은 제게 언제나
They were always so kind to me, the elders.
저는 사실
But I wanted to play with Daiyu instead.
싶었어요. 시간이 지나면서
With time, I stopped being so afraid of them, but
두려움은 느껴지지 않. 그분들은
they always speak as though they know every little thing about me.
저의 쓰임새는
My only use is to be a window, an amusement for the elders in their long, tedious
저랑
lives.
사이. 그래서 제게 많은 말은 필요
I don't need to
없어요.
talk much. I only need to see as many interesting things as possible and wear a pleasant smile for them.
어쩔 수 없습니다. 두련님.
It cannot be helped, young master.
그저
The prudent option would be to witness it all in silence.
스빈이 옛날처럼
How Shirin
돌아오면
could be back to her old self again.
하지만 그럴 수 없다는 사실을
But I know that can't happen, so I smiled.
우선
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
죄인인가?
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
All the wisdom of Hongguan, give it to me. Give it to me
먼저
and
끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
elders. Jimu's core in every part gain 5% of their max HP as shield. At 1 HP, Sublime. Replace Sublime Immortality with Imperfect Immortality. Absorbed when struck by certain skills of Shaimu. If this effect was inflicted against Shaimu, gain 1 fragile. Knowledge of Immortality. If this unit's HP drops to 1 upon getting hit, heal 10% to the sinner who attacked this unit, then gain 3 random ego resources. Now might be your time to shine, Gregor. Actually... No, because I see other skill 3 coming up. In that case... Da-da-da-da. This one also has attack. Wait.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
아류산 표평일 80 갈라지도록.
One staggered. Red eyes.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
가엾고 슬
What unfortunate tragic children. I can do nothing but mourn for them.
태도를 펴수.
That was so many heads. I don't think I've ever seen that many for Solemn
놀라운
Lament.
한 방이네요.
낙뢰 충전 최대치예요. 금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
그치? Let me make sure that I can hit what I want to hit. Let me change this real quick. There we go. One, two. Should work. I didn't notice that she was at... I didn't notice that she was at 45.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
That was completely my mistake.
지겹고 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠네.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
Perfect. Hung loose staggered. What does that skill do? Nothing. Almost. I need to bring her sanity down, or just guarantee wins. Snotty tots. happiness.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I can cleave through 200.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
I'm gonna need you to calm that down. Paralyze is such a useful status effect.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
Because you saw something. Bloody toys. Da-da-da-ha. What matters is using whatever I have.
깔끔하게.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
She absorbed 4. I only slightly messed up. I can still recover from this. Everybody still lived. Wait, everybody still lived. Okay. I need to weaken her somehow. Struggling, but it's the best thing I can do right now.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Damn it.
끝나는 걸까?
집에 돌리셔야겠어요, 관리자님.
Clash regardless of speed.
쓸데없는 관심.
Close. I just need to stagger. I need to get one of the others to stagger again.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
그치? Dawn would win that fight regardless. That's not what I need right now. Because they're weak to... No, this would be my best option. Let me do this real quick. So it's those two. If I do this, I could also just instantly kill one of those, but I'd be better off just using it to protect Honglu.
죄인인가?
산소류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
That also did a lot to her sanity.
이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠네.
관찰은
So close.
항상 지켜보고 있었지.
방금 전화는 굉장했다고. 베르의 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
Getting closer. Right now I just need to endure. I need to endure and make sure that one of these, you're probably going to be my priority then. I don't think Faust wins that. Because if Faust doesn't win that, then Let Gregor fight that.
죄인인가?
Gotta be kidding me.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
I just need one more stagger. Or, not a stagger, I need one more that gets down to 0. That gets down to 1. I also need to keep lowering her sanity literally as much as I can.
목적이 있었지.
Any percentage is useful right now. Come on. How do you have so much sanity?
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
They're getting way too close for my liking. I need to burn this one down. I don't care how it's done. The very bad thing about this is that if I mess up though... Hang on, no, I know how to increase my chances. Because I need this one hit, so... Yeah, wait, where are you heading? Whatever, free win. I mean, somebody's gonna take damage though. Whatever, I need them to endure. Who is this hitting? That's hitting Ryoshu. That's hitting Honglu. The one hitting Honglu is more dangerous. That's at 1.
자, 맛볼 시간.
That's 2.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
2 are staggered. Coin power plus 2, plus 2. this one is just endure. She's at 4. She'll stagger when she gets that.
생각보다 너무 거센데요.
I don't know what would do more damage. It's like bleed count. I want the bleed count. I don't know if it'll matter. No, it matters. It matters.
자, 빌어보세. 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
가엾고
Come on, Gregor.
그저 태도를 펼 수가.
$108.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
We are fighting for our lives here. Hunglo. Doing this to give Hunglo the boost.
대가리
1,000.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원 무엇인가?
남매 충전 최대치예요.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Sanity. She's just at the precipice of 500.
것 같은데요, 관리자님.
He's only at 2 K-Corp capsules. This sets me up for next turn.
반드시 되찾을 거다.
Threshold. Play with me, big bro. This room's too big for just Shichin.
오빠는 방금 나한테는 절대 하지 말아야
You never should have said that to me.
다시는
I won't be visiting you ever again. Wrath.
시춘이는 작은 것에도 기뻐.
Shichin was once a child who found happiness in the smallest things.
세상에서 제일
A child who used to like playing with me.
하지만 시춘이도 자라고
But when she gets older, she'll be like every other child in Danganron.
저를 원망하고
She will resent me, envy me, and try to kill anyone who's shooting for the seat of the family hierarch.
없애려 하겠죠. 하지만
But I hoped she wouldn't come to hate me.
미워하지 않았으면 좋겠어요.
So once again, I smiled.
네가 도와주기만 했어.
I didn't have to die yesterday.
나는 살수
I didn't have to die yesterday if you just helped me.
목이 베어질 때
Do you have any idea how much it hurts when they chopped off your neck? When they chop off your neck, it hurts. It really, really hurts, but you can't even scream. I wish for nothing but the worst sufferings in what's left of your miserable life.
설반 형님은 어렸을
Zupan never
때부터
wanted to
싸우는 걸
fight.
싫어하고
He was a pacifist with a soft heart that could easily be brought to tears.
하지만 몇 번의 죽음을 거치자
But after a few deaths, his every word became a stabbing thorn,
저주가 담긴 그
and he
말들
gladly impales me with them as he curses me.
차라리 반영님의
I ended
말대로
up hoping
이루어지게 되면
that
좋겠어요.
everything that he curses me with comes true,
그래서 이번에도
so I smiled again.
웃었습니다.
부 할머니랑 어머니가
Oh, you,
그러는데
Grandma and Mother told me that there were no other women in Danganron who could possibly hope to match to you, other than me.
둘이 가장 좋은
Let's live the
것만
happiest
보고
life we can
먹고
together, okay?
놀면서
We'll see
행복하게 살자.
the pleasant sights, eat only the best food out there, and enjoy the beautiful luxuries life has to offer. Aren't you excited?
보차 누나는 저를
Bao Chai
좋아했지만
loved me.
그건
What she
저에게서
loved was not a
나오는 빛을
person,
좋아한 것이었어요.
only the
제가
light that I
보차
radiate,
누나에게서 나는 향을 좋아했듯이
just as I left her fragrance.
대관원의 바람대로 흘러가려면
Letting the will of Danganron
보차
carry me
누나가
away
홀리를 올리는 것이 마땅하겠지요.
would have had me wed big sis Bao Chai.
하지만 보차 누나가 말하는 그 기대라는
But this
감정은
feeling she spoke of, this excitement, was nothing more than a heavy, cumbersome accessory.
거추장스럽고
It was unwieldy,
과분했죠.
and it was much more than what I deserved, so I smiled.
이제는 방에만 틀어박히시려는
So now you'd rather isolate yourself in this room?
저도 이제
I don't know what to do anymore. Whenever I see your smile, I find myself drawn to it. Before it becomes so hateful of it that I never want to see it again.
이제 대호군은
Dai will now hate me for the rest of her life, just as everyone else in Danganron does.
미워하겠지요. 그래서 저는 방에만 있는 편이 나아요.
So it's better that I shut myself off in my room.
떠날 수 있었음에도
She could have left me then,
대호기는 제
but she
곁에
chose to
남는
remain by
것을
my
택했어요.
side.
어쩌면 제게 묶여 있는
Maybe it
걸 수도
wasn't a
있겠죠.
choice at all. Maybe she was bound to me.
대호기를 갈 데 없는 처지로
It's my
만든
fault that she has nowhere else to go.
그래서 제가 보여줄 수 있는
So the only thing I could show her in response was,
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
setup's done. She's at less than 50, so it turns it unclashable. Unbreakable. Wait, on main target. This is a really rough spot. I'm really gambling here. Is she at serious? She's at serious.
깔끔하게. 지금이다. 해골 바가지, 거미 대가리. 차!
176.
어머, 너무 아프게 맞았는데?
받을 수
이스마엘이다.
단테, 야생해?
We're up right against the limit right now. Perfect bleed and rupture on target.
벤단
나의
서울을
산초 경의 육수 찢겨라.
육참
Your bones are mine.
헐떨
Honglu got the last hit. That fight was so long. Your only duty is to witness. That is all you are. That is all you will ever be capable of. You know this better than anyone else.
홍루군의 미소는 예나 지금
Honglu,
변함이
your smile
없었어.
has changed not once, then or now,
하지만 우리는 그 미소가 그저 껍데기뿐이
but we have
아니라는
come to
것을
know that
알고
your smile is more than a shell.
먼 옛날에 영지형
I know that is the same smile that brought me to the past. The same smile that I thought resembled Brother Yongji's.
그래서
Thus,
나는 홍루군의
I know your
까마득한
distant yet
진심을
true
알고
heart,
있네.
Honglu.
홍루군 또한 우리를 보며 느꼈던 것이 있지 않았는가?
There was aught you had felt from us, was there not? It's getting into like what the bridge is. Not the bridge, it's getting into what the last part is, like Hero did. Huh. Hang on, I need to stretch. That was so long, and I was still losing bodies by the end of it, but no, it still worked out. Ugh. Solitude, steadfast, lingering, so bitter, yet so intolerably exhausted. Loneliness, regret, anticipation. The castle of ice was so lonely and cold despite your smile. Conflict, anguish, courage. But there was a desperate resolve to overcome it all nonetheless. Longing, melancholy, warmth. The wings unfurled were so blinding, so brilliant. Passion, adventure, ferocity. The journey, finally in search of a destination, found liberation. Futility, determination, love. The declaration was beautiful, though to whom I could not know. Exhilaration, tragedy, excitement. I learned how beautiful and incandescent the light of a continuing dream could be. But I also know that they're just fleeting things, destined to be lost to time. As all things return to dust, so will these emotions, no matter how hotly they once burned. I'm not like the rest of you. I don't want to change anything. I don't want to achieve anything either. So I just watch, with a smile, a perpetual smile. You don't have to want to achieve anything. But as long as you're on this bus with the rest of us, things will keep happening, both good and bad. Something's probably going to blow Heathcliff's fuse again. You'll see the sinners, your friends, get killed again. We'll fail again, too. The kind of failure that leaves us with nothing. The kind of failure that leaves us stagnant. But among those inevitabilities, think about the other things that are sure to happen. You're going to miss the days you went out kiting. And when Don Quixote starts to regale us with yet another one of her tales of adventure, you're going to join in to indulge her. You know for sure that you'll be listening to Rhodia heap praise about her favorite food whenever we get the chance to try them. You're going to suddenly realize that the scenery at the bus, that past the bus windows have changed, and that they've become beautiful for once. You're going to feel your heart swell for no reason when you listen to sinners laugh and giggle behind you. You know how I know this? Because I'm talking about myself here. These moments in time, they're what I used to fill the void my memories left behind. How can you and everyone bring yourselves to care about anything, knowing it always has an end? One end, or at least what we thought would be the end, was always just the starting line for something new. Each finish line was just another arbitrary mark, another step in our journey, right? And it's those little steps that keep us going. And hey, Hong Lu, you're not stagnating. You're changing too. Tell me, why did you decide to go with Ji Kui's plan? It wasn't about the war, the golden bow, or doggone
그런
on.
단어들은 떠오르지 않았어요. 다른 무엇보다도
The first thing that came to mind was
것은 시춘이를
was
웃는 시춘이를 봐야겠다는 생각이
that I wanted
들었어요.
Chichun to genuinely smile again. Yeah. And that's how your heart's been changing. In ways you hadn't seen.
이미 다 흘러가 버린
I thought I'd
마음을
already let these fragments of my heart float away from me.
하지만
After all,
모든
all
건
of existence is but a passing dream, destined to return to emptiness.
이곳에 오기 전에 당신은
Before your
앞으로
onboarding, you may
분리되는
present a
이름을
name
정할 수
or an
있습니다.
alias of your choosing that the others should address you by.
바보, 그 이름으로
Will you
이것을
use your
하실
name,
건가요?
Xie Baoyu?
아니요.
No.
홍루.
Honglu.
홍루라고 불리고 싶어요.
I want to be Honglu,
하지만 흘러간 것이 아니라
but now I realize
그저
that they've been
묻어두고
buried here all along.
잃은 게 아니라 잊은 것이
They weren't lost. I'd only forgotten about them. That's why I felt like my heart was trapped. I can keep turning the clock for you. I can keep walking side by side with you to the end of the line. But at the end of the day, only you can save yourself.
영영 날아가 버렸다고
I thought the
생각한
kite had floated away, never to be found again.
여전히
But it was still here.
이곳에 있었던 거네요. 만남이 있으면
Every meeting is a
필연
promise of a
헤어질 때는
goodbye,
기쁨이고, 꽃이 필 때는 사랑스럽지만
and the loveliness of fresh blossoms only sharpens the pain of wilting.
하지만
But the world you witness will always be beautiful. Because you are a kind person, Honglu. Kinder than anyone else. So your world must be painted in the fairest color of jade.
언젠가는 바람에 흩어져 갈 꽃잎들이
If those petals refuse to surrender and live on in the brief moments they are given,
사라질 것을 알면서도
despite knowing that they will eventually scatter to the winds, then show them the petals you've gathered. One more golden bow.
그토록 바라던 블루불사 속에 갇혀 계셨어요.
You, grandmother, and the elders have always been caged by your desperate search for immortality,
어떻게 영생을 계속
searching for
유지할지
ways to perpetuate your existence, searching day and night for new ways to be freed from death.
할머니는
But grandmother,
그 근심에서
have you ever freed yourself from that very suffering, even for a moment? I cannot allow myself to be attached to such moments of insignificance. They are but foolish human afflictions, a waste of intellect.
모든 감정은
Every emotion is a fleeting thing,
찰나에 불과할
mere sparks and moments that will be lost in time.
그래서
Maybe it really is foolish to be so attached to them,
어리석은 하지만 그 찰나를
but an
외면하는
eternity of existence without
설령
them
영원히 살아간다 해도
is an eternity of emptiness.
비어 있을 거예요. 우리가 사는 시간은
To exist is to live in the culmination of moments after all.
기쁨이든
Happiness, pain, they all scatter away as fast as they arrive. But I would rather be honest to those feelings.
솔직해지려고요. 그저 바라보는데 그치지
I will
않고
do more than just witness them.
감정이 요동치는데
I want to
손을
reach out
뻗어야
and
해요.
let my swelling emotions run wild,
기쁨에도
in happiness,
분노에도
in wrath, in sorrow, and in joy.
즐거움에도
I would still cast my life into the vast void, into the
세상에 한
vast
방울
world,
던져보려 해요. 그렇게 되면
and that
이 찰나
is
속에서
how I will find an eternity in a
영원을 찾을 수
glimpse.
있는 것이었어요.
But there is so much left for us to accomplish. Without us, Dagon will heal, Hangwan will.
아니요.
No,
홍원은 괜찮을
Hangwan
거예요.
will be okay,
홍원을 바꾸게 될 것은
because it'll
가주가
be its
아니라
people that bring change to
홍원을
Hangwan,
이루는 사람들이니까요.
not the family hierarchy. Such insolence, stupid, thankless child. You will do no such thing.
네.
Maybe I
이건
can't.
오로지 제 생각일
It's just
뿐이니까요.
my opinion after all.
할머니와 어르신들은
So, with that,
그토록 바라고 바라시다.
I leave you here to enjoy the immortality you desired, grandmother. Dear elders,
제가 앞으로 살아가게 될 내일을
you'll have all the time in the world to watch as I live my tomorrows.
부디
May the rest of your lives be long and unending. We quickly made our way outside. The flooding Takon temple turned into a lake.
근처에 쓸려 나갔을 거야.
Damn
찾아내.
it. It must have been swept away by the cascade. It must be here somewhere. Find it. Here. Drat. The specimen. I briefly turned to see Gubo wading through the cascading flood, searching frantically amid the rising waters. Ji Huan, meanwhile, standing gazing toward the hall, before quietly making his way to the center of the Takon temple. Then, all of a sudden, Ji Huan raises his blade, then stabs it at the center of the Takon temple. And the scenery that the Shirin had been peeping at began to grow delayed, fuzzy, and warped.
일단 여길 벗어난다.
Let's get out of here for now. The Shinran, swept off their pedestals by the powerful flow of water, crawled pathetically toward the door as Shihuan shoots them a contemptuous glare and escapes the chamber. Gubo follows not far behind him. But we still don't have anything to break through the defensive field put up by their ego gear.
듣기에나 좋은 말만 짓거리기는.
We never have anything more than empty platitudes to convey.
이게 본래의 선왕충인가?
So this is the true form of the Jin Huang worm. We were supposed to capture it alive. Well, it can't be helped. Even half dead is extremely close to the form of the pure human she seeks. This specimen will still be of use to us.
늙은이들. 너무
Don't be
복잡게
too
생각하지
vexed, old
말라고.
timers. At least
그래도
it's
가문의
the rightful heir of the
적통국에서가
family
선왕충을
that's taking
가져가는
the
거다.
Xian Huang worm.
가만, 구보.
Hold on,
그
Gubo.
애고에 이런 능력까지
Was that also an
붙어
ability
있었나?
of that ego?
엄밀히 말하면
This is technically not my area of expertise. I've only made an educated guess from context clues that this ego would allow for such usage, and my guess simply happened to be true. I thought we were the ones who had a direct hand in choosing these ego, but perhaps we were actually guided to choose the appropriate ones for ourselves. It seems that the other team has secured our escape route.
그 치프 버틀러였다는
The newcomers
신참
team.
실력 하나는 좋네.
one led by the former chief butler. She's competent, I'll give her that. Fucking Nelly. Oh, give me another chance to kill her again. A ripple radiates from the clear jade blue lake until stillness comes. The Takon Temple reflects clearly on its surface. The initial sense of oppressiveness was replaced by peace.
이걸로 철암산은
Looks like Takon Temple's been completely cut off from the rest of the world. I guess no one's ever getting in or out there again.
시춘이도 그 이후의 가주도
The people in there,
이젠
they won't
저
hold
안에
any
사람들에게
sway on
휘둘리진
Chichen
않을
or
거야.
any subsequent family hierarchs to come.
이걸로 분명
So,
소원을 바꾸고자
now they have
하는
an opportunity to
바꿀 수 있는
really
기회가
bring about
마련된
change to
거죠.
Hongwan. If they can utilize it,
그럼 이제 저 안에서
no one will ever know what happened.
아무도 알수
No one will ever know what happens in there.
저들끼리 어떤 일이
No one will be able to help them if something were to happen either.
지금까지 영양 공급 또한
It is likely that the sole nutrient supplier for them was the family hierarch. Their deaths will be very slow. Ultimate solitude.
그 자체로
Besides, all they'll ever get to witness in their last moments is the blurred, barely recognizable, and heavily delayed display. It's gotta be pretty infuriating.
오빠,
Shichun,
이곳을 나가게 되면
what'll happen to me once we leave here?
아무것도
I
못하고
couldn't do anything in
오빠
there,
뒤에서
but shudder with
방법을
fear.
떨기만 했던 내가
Do I even deserve the rule over Hongwon and its
가지가
families?
되는 게
Here's what
내
I think,
생각에는
Shichun.
말이야, 시춘 진정으로 가주 자리에
I think the
앉아야 할
people who
사람은
most deserve to be the family hierarch
가주가 되는 것을
are the people who are afraid of becoming one.
시춘.
그래?
You think so?
그래.
Well,
오빠가 그렇게
if you say
말한다면
so,
그렇게
I'll try to
생각해도
convince
돼?
myself of that too.
자, 나가자.
Let's leave this place now. Unlike the lake overlooking Takon Temple, however, what greeted us outside was far from peaceful. The view outside had become even more gruesome.
약속된 진시군.
The promised Chen hour has come. In the midst of striking up a storm with his staff, Jiku notices us and gives us a barely perceivable look of relief.
해냈군.
You've done it, little brother. Surrounding him were piles of dead and heavily wounded bodies. He was covered in so many cuts, bruises, and bloodstains that I couldn't even tell if all that blood came from him or from those around him, or how many people bled on him.
오라버니 다행입니다.
I'm so glad. Behind him stood Dayu, looking terribly exhausted. They've been guarding this entrance against this endless stream of enemies this whole time to keep their word. The only ones still engaged in battle were Jikui and Lei Hong. Dang it. Shit's fucked, ain't it? I'm all out of gas. My boys are dead as shit. And now that y'all's got yourselves 12 fresh fellows, I reckon I don't got that many options left. And when y'all get the girl to the seat, them yaller dogs out there will pack up and go home and pretend none of this ever happened. Lei Hong looks at us despondently, panting with fatigue. Alright, let me be straight with y'all. Any way to walk out of here alive? He begs for his life in an impressively self-assured manner. Of course, Jikui had no reason to accept this request, but instead of rebuking Lei Hong, he slams the ground with the staff with a heavy boom before addressing him. Very well, Cha-Chi-Hyu. Then I will make you the same offer you gave Miss Helen. Take a singular hit. I ain't even worth unwrapping that staff of yours, am I? Lei Hong let out a hollow laugh, then produced a cigar from his pocket. Hold your horses. Be done in a jiffy. He bit one end off and then, slowly, carefully lit the cigar in an almost ritualistic reverence. hit me.
쳐라.
Jiku lifted his staff and placed it lightly on Lei Hang's right shoulder. Warm rings of light materialized around the staff until there were 5 of them.
이게 그
I see 5 monks at the Tanging Star. I remember what she and monks were from. I could have swore something like that was from Zhao. Ain't that a real mother... The staff gently slid across Lei Heng's shoulder even before he got to finish his sentence. He got fucking obliterated. And his head exploded into chunks of meat, then rained down in tatters like fireworks.
별의 이름으로 부르나. 나는 그저 공치우인
He would rather call me by the star's name. Yet my name is Kong Kui,
소지
the Pinky.
어디에나 있고
Omnipresent, yet unknown to each other. Everyone fell silent for a moment.
정신을 놓고 있을 때가 아니다.
We have no time to waste on ruminations.
그 아이를 가주의
Our
자리에
task is not
올려서
over until she ascends to the seat of the family hierarch and seizes the Heisho Pack's leash.
되지 않을 테니.
Jikui's resolute voice woke us from the stunned silence and, with him at the vanguard, one by one, we routed the forces that still sought to stop the new hierarch from assuming the responsibility. It was no easy task, but Honglu appeared more unburdened than ever, so I was pretty happy. A few days later.
배웅 나와주는 거야?
Here to see us go, Shichin? She doesn't seem too happy for this to be just a friendly gesture.
저 종종 놀러
Hey,
올게요.
we'll stop by from time to time.
참나. 놀러 와도 나를 만날 수
Sure.
있을 것 같아?
But don't expect me to make the time to greet you guys.
난 이제부터
I must be
말도
busier
못하게
than I've ever been in my
바빠질
entire life.
아가씨께선
My lady
언제나
expresses
그렇게
that you will always be
반영해
welcome with the
주신다고
greatest honors here.
뭘까요?
I don't really know you well, Mr.
의시랑
Wei,
본 건
but
아닌데
I feel a strange sense that we might be kindred spirits.
질감이 느껴지는 것 같기도 하고요.
웨이 씨도 덩달아서
Looks like you'll have your hands full too, eh?
네.
Indeed, I will.
한두 가지가
There's much
아니고
work to be done.
충을 통해서만 내려오던
So much of the
정보가
information has been esoterically handed down via the
몇 해를 써야 할지
Anmana
감이
worm.
서지 않습니다.
It'll take years for us to put it all to paper. We're having difficulty even getting an idea of how long it would take.
하지만 굴레를 하나
But you have broken one
그려주셨으니
of many cycles here.
아가씨는 분명
I'm certain that Hongwon will
더
become a
살기
better
좋은
place to
곳으로
live under my
바꾸실
ladyship's
겁니다.
rule. A lot of things did not go according to plan, but in the end, Shichen did become the next hierarch. A family hierarch without the imperial worm.
대관원에 남은 사람들 말이야. 다들 나한테 물어보고 싶은 말이 잔뜩인 눈치이긴
Everyone here at
하지만
Dongguan, they all seem to have a lot of questions for me, but
뭐? 눈치만 보더라고.
what are they gonna do? Directly challenge the family hierarch?
첫 멘트부터 엄청
Gotta
멋있긴
say,
했어.
you were real
대관원이
charismatic out there from your first command as the hierarch. Turmoil has come to Dongguan. Release the Heisho Pack, Cho, Chen, and Shen branches, and quell the chaos, right?
그런 건 따라하지 마.
Don't ever do an impression of me acting like that again.
첫인상부터 강단 있어 보이는 모습.
Many must be looking forward to your governance, given your initial charismatic demonstration.
완전히 새로운 형태의
You are, in
우동을
essence, a new kind of leader that this land hasn't seen in many years.
묻고자 함이
Much they must have to ask for your judgment in terms of rules and laws.
어쩌겠어.
Yeah, what about it?
쓰이면 될 뿐이야.
Rules are there to be rewritten.
하, 처음부터
The whole damn thing, I guess. Shishin sighed lightly and looked around Daganwan.
10년은 늙어진 기분이야.
I feel like I've aged 10 years all at once.
제가 붓을 붙잡고 그려가는 그림인 줄 알았건만 웬걸.
I thought I'd be the artist behind the brush for this painting, yet
그저 남의 붓에
I did not expect us to allow a brush held by another to guide us, my lord.
그래도
It is fortunate that our brushstrokes shared the general direction. A family hierarch who does not seek to be free from aging and death. I wonder what winds of change that will bring to Hangwan.
너의 말대로 아우의 눈을 뽑아 문을 여는 것.
It was a far more peaceful resolution than the one your guidance would have provided. Gouge out your little brother's eyes and use it to enter the temple, was it?
뭐? 잔혹함 속의 효율.
Efficiency in the veil of cruelty. Minimalistic.
그건 농담이었잖아요.
It was their mere jest, my lord.
뭐정안 되면
Though I suppose I did add, if things do not go according to plan.
아, 주군.
Whichever was the case. What will you do next, my lord?
소지의 인이 엉망이 되었을
Today, I observed that the pinky has strayed from the path of humanity. Thus, I will now join Yan Hui, journey to Mount Liang, and come to a few agreements with the Maoist? Maoist.
자리가 비워진 선태성의 자리에 대해서도 논해야
We must also discuss the matter of the Tuan Tui star, whose seat has just become vacant.
그래.
Indeed, we must. Then we shall journey to Q Corp next. The Pinky? Yes. It seems that Concrete's allegiance lies with the Pinky.
그래.
Indeed, as one of the Pinky, I intend to change the world with the way of true humanity.
요슈 씨가 말씀하셨던 걸 생각해 보면
Given what Ryoshu said,
뇌횡도 자로 씨도
Leiheng and Zilu are both from the Pinky, right? So how come they were trying to kill each other? Members of the Pinky gather and scatter when certain conditions are met. However, when there is no call,
누가 소지인지 모른 채
they just live their lives without knowing which is which. No call, no solidarity.
각자 도생. 개풀이다.
Piece of shit.
개인 플레이라는
Oh,
거죠?
playing on solo mode, right? It seemed that Zilu and Leiheng were aware of each other's identities, but did not know about Concrete.
잘 알고 있지 않은가?
You know this well.
이곳에선 그대가
I hear that you are a primary purveyor of esoteric knowledge in your group.
응당 주군과
Then, you must
우리가
also be aware of the
소지의
weight of
인물이
information
중요한
regarding
정보라는
our and our
것이다.
Lord's allegiance to the Pinkies is rather heavy.
도리에 따라
I trust that you will maintain your silence regarding the matter, as it is right to do so.
내게 물어보고 싶은 것이
I have aught to ask you. Concrete approached me as the other people were starting to scatter. At first, I looked away because I couldn't imagine that he could possibly be talking to me.
관리자 단테.
Dante, the manager.
어떤 동료라도
Will you
자신만의
continue to
공식대로
push to
길을
open their
걷고자
paths?
한다면 그 길을 밀어줄
For every
것이다.
sinner under your management, no matter which road they walk,
내 아우에게 그랬대.
as you have done for my brother. I nodded.
그 길 중 하나가
Even if one of them seeks to walk the path of
수라의 길로
Ashura.
된다 할지라도
Concrete's gaze briefly lingered on one of the sinners before moving on. That's my girl. The sinner takes a long draw from the cigarette and releases the smoke with a large sigh, which then turns into a scattering plume. Her hand rests out of habit on her never drawn sword. I'm going to keep helping them as long as they have the will to move forward, no matter what. My thoughts on that matter haven't changed at all. They never will. I nod once again.
알겠다.
I see.
아, 그리고 주군.
My lord, I have another subject to discuss. While this is but a conjecture at the moment, evidence seems to point to Zhai Yakshin being among the treasonous forces of Hangwan, in cahoots with his way in the Shi families.
짐작에 불과하긴 하지만
While this suspicion is yet to be developed beyond
강원에 대한 반역의
that,
세력에 가담되어 있는 것
while this
같아 보여.
suspicion has yet to be developed beyond superstition, it seems likely that Ji Yuanchun had allied herself with the treasonous forces of Hangwan.
소동이 마무리된
She made herself scarce as soon as the troubles were quelled, which could mean yes. The first threat to find is the influential individual within Shi family who ordered Shi Yuha's execution. Once their identity is determined, it should be no trouble making the connection to the masterminds behind this incident.
앞으로도 계속 떠도실 예정인가요?
Will you continue to roam the lands, brother?
그래.
Indeed, I will.
도시를 떠돌며
I will walk
각
the
둥지의
city,
주인들을
converse with the
만나
lords of each
이야기를 나눌
nest.
것이다.
He gets a mute reply to Hong Liu before turning around to look at Jai Jichin.
가시춘이 가주로서 사는 내내
None
불로
may
불사르고
say for
물을
certain
돌리고
if Jai
살 것이라는
Jichin,
장담은
over her long tenure to
감히
come,
아무도 하지
shall
못한다.
not be tempted by the promises of immortality.
아니 나는
Seriously, I am.
허나
Yet, if one's heart truly lies steady upon the path of humanity, they will not be swayed to commit evil.
계속 지켜볼 가치가
Thus, I
있음에
believe that you are worthy watching.
너와 내가 다시 만날 때는
Upon our next meeting.
아니
Though I cannot say for certain whether our goals shall be aligned then as they were today, but
서로 볼만한 모습일
I
것
suppose we
같긴
shall have much to take in from each other.
자공이여 어떠한가?
What are your thoughts, Singong?
이번 가르침도 마음에
Did you
들던가?
enjoy this lesson as well?
네.
Yes,
이번에도
I was
제가 어리석었네요.
foolish, my lord, once again.
괜찮다.
It is all right.
늘 말하듯
Learning and
배움과
understanding must go
깨달음은
hand in
항시
hand,
동행해야
as I always say.
여전히 그대는
You are a
내겐
student,
말할
worthy
가치가
of
있는 제자로다.
discourse still.
정진할게요.
I have much to learn.
괜히 주군께서
It seems that you
제
weren't
귀에 피가 날
repeatedly
정도로
recounting that
그때
story over and
이야기를
over at me
반복했던 게
again for nothing.
아니었네요. 홍원에서 유일하게
You're
믿고
trying to
맡겨본 자라 그렇게
insinuate that he was the
저자의
only one in Hongguan who was worthy of faith.
그럼 자공과 자로여
Zingong,
잠시
Zilu,
따로 떨어져
let us
내가
converse in
긴히
private
맡길
for a
일을
moment,
부탁하고자
for I have an
한다.
important task for you. Shinran's expression that regarded us was the same as it always was.
스빈이 달인 여하차는 언제나 맛있네.
Your newer tea is always so delicious.
고마워, 스빈.
Thanks, Shiren.
네, 도련님.
Yes, young master.
나는 또 다시 떠날 거야.
I will be departing again
언제
soon.
올지는 알 수
I
없어.
don't know when I should return.
네.
Understood.
잘 지내고 있어?
Stay safe until then.
아니다.
Actually, no.
스빈은 어떻게 생각해?
What do you
내가
think,
다시
Shiren,
떠나는 건 말이야.
about the fact that I'll be leaving soon?
어디로든 도련님이 가고픈 곳으로 가시면 될 겁니다.
Walk the path of your choosing, young master, whichever that may be. Her reply sounded as cold as ever, to the point that the now lukewarm, clacking teacups on her cleanup tray sounded warmer.
그래.
Alright.
알았어.
But Hong Liu smiled as though something had been lifted from his heart, as though he found something he'd been looking for.
그토록 화려했던 대관원도
Even the opulence of Daganwan fades.
나무들은 시들기
The trees are
시작했고
wilting, as the once beautiful pavilions and towers now lay in ruins and abandonment.
그지없게 퇴락해버렸어요. 존재하는 모든
Seems that
것은
all of existence is, indeed, but a great cycle of rises and falls.
맞아.
It is.
그렇게
But isn't that
살아가는 모든 찰나가
exactly why every moment in life is so
아름다운 건
beautiful?
아니겠어?
진실로
Yes.
그렇군요.
Yes, it is.
기다리지 않겠습니다.
I will no longer wait for you.
저 또한 어느 날
And I might one day
대관원을
disappear from
떠날 수도
Daganwan
있으니까요.
myself, now that I know that
머무는 것만이
idle
답이
waiting is not the sole
깨달았습니다.
answer.
대호.
Dayu,
그날의 연놀이.
I love that day when we went out kiting together.
그게
That was my favorite
내가
game,
좋아했던 거야.
and mine as well.
저도요.
Honglu leaves Daganwan as the happiest descendant it has ever produced, finding meaning in every moment of his life. No longer a passive witness to tragedy, as he once was to the deaths and suffering of his siblings. Honglu will walk tall with his friends. Yet even that will one day fade, for in the end, we have but one chance at life, and to live at all is to exist in futility. His home too shall one day be taken by loneliness and solitude, gradually eroding away with time. And we will all one day go our separate ways. But every wilting fertilizes the next blossom. Every fallen home may become a place for new beginnings, and every goodbye is a promise of new meetings. Thus, Ji Baoyu, once the peerless treasure of Daganwan, boards the bus once again as Hong Liu. The clouds I once saw in his jade eye had all but withdrawn. I only see an incandescent, radiant smile. Pass on Honglu's version. I really like that kanto. I want to let this play, and then I'll give my final thoughts. But no, I really like that. Dayu is so cute. I can't contain it. I can't contain it. She's so goddamn cute.
뭐
Well,
그래도 막상 이렇게 보내려니 아쉽긴 하네.
I guess it's a bit of a shame to just let you guys go like this.
가주가 된 기념으로
But I tried to make our farewell a memorable one.
최선을
Made you-
다했지만
Made sure you got the best of the best food we had to offer to commemorate the day I took office.
역시 시추이가 짱이야.
I'm your Chichin's the best.
식사 자리를 파한 지가 언제?
Just how are you still finding all that leftover food? Everyone's already left the banquet.
아깝잖아.
Of course. Hey, is the bus not starting or something? Yeah, wait. Where are we headed to anyway? Or should we know that? God's gonna tell us soon anyway. Oh, hang on. Where'd that bloke go?
제가 대신해서 있잖아요.
I'm subbing in for him today? What do you mean by that?
대체가 되는 거였어?
We could have switched our guide all along? Well, why didn't we get swapped to?
그게 아니고요.
Sorry to No, that's not how it works.
다음으로 해야 할 일이
It's
아직
just that
몇
you
개
have some
남았거든요.
unfinished business here.
참고로 붉은 시선께서는
For your information,
아직
Rugby is currently
LCCB와
away
관련된
because he is
급한
accompanying
업무가
pilot
많아서
on a mission elsewhere.
파일럿과 다른 곳에
More
계신답니다.
urgent LCCB business.
고생이 참으로 많구려.
What misery is it to be him? Ah,
파일럿군과
I didn't mean to insinuate that pilot
뜻으로
would be the
말하진
source of his
않았소.
misery.
대관원에 할 일이 남았다고?
You have more business here in Daganwan?
네, 그럼요.
Yes, we do.
어마어마하게 중요한 일이 남은걸요?
Very, very important business, in fact.
너 표정이 또 왜 그래?
Why are you
뭐야?
looking at me like that? What is it this time?
저희에게 우호적인 가시투
So you know
실험을
how Miss Jai
요청했더니
Shichin, a very important and friendly ally of yours, has become the de facto leader of a wing.
오,
What are you getting at?
네 녀석 머리 회전이 빠르군.
You're a crafty one, aren't you?
어머, 그럼요. 산전수전 겪은 베테랑이잖아요.
Oh, of course. Veterans like me tend to pick up a thing or two after some experience in the field.
지난번 네 후임이 저지른 짓
Verily,
눈
this
딱
more
감고
than makes up
잊어주도록
for your
하지.
subordinate's blunder from last time.
역시 뭐가
Aw,
회사에
I knew
중요한
you'd be the first to
일인지
pick up what I'm putting down. We both know what's best for our company.
나 진짜 불안해서
Okay, now I'm starting to get really creeped out. Why are you both looking at me like that?
짓는 거야?
Oh,
그렇네요.
I see how it is. Even the biggest catch of the day will just rot in the shed if you don't bother to fillet it, right? Why? Why are they scheming?
자, LCB 여러분께 하달된 다음 임무는요?
I'd like to have everyone's attention for the LCB's next mission.
아니야, 잠깐만. 나 들어야 해.
Wait, just wait a damn second. Do you need me here for this?
소중한 인적 자원 가시투
Miss Jai Shichin, as you've quickly become one of our most precious human resources as the family hierarch,
철저히 훈련시키는 일에
we're going to give you a
전념하는 것이랍니다.
total makeover training. What?
시간을 많이 할애할 수는 없어서요.
We
단기간에
can't spend too
최대한
much time on the
많이
training
받아들이셔야
though, so we're gonna have to fast track this.
누구 마음대로? 난 아직
You dare? I'll have you know I'm still the.
아가씨께서 가주로서의 입지를
I'm very much in agreement that there is much you must learn to be an effective family hierarch of Hongguan.
대관원 안에서
To first solidify your base within Dongguan,
그렇다면 실행은 빠를수록 좋겠군.
then we should get right to it.
메르소, 체력 단련의 조예가 깊더군.
Result, you seem to be well versed in the art of physical fitness.
뭘 원하는지는 파악되나.
Your intent has been understood, but it is up to the manager to command me. Well, I don't see why not. Then it will be done.
뭔데? 왜 날 붙잡아?
가장 먼저 체력 단련이다.
The first order of business is to improve your fitness level. Now, on my count.
이젠 나 좀 그만 내버려 둬.
Would it kill you to go a single second without ruining my day?
징글징글한 빈대들아. 먹었던 음식도 다 뱉어내.
You're all like a family of bedbugs I can't get rid of, you know that? I'm gonna make you throw up everything you ate today, you assholes. We can never hit a credits with Shichin and allow her to be happy.
데리고 왔습니다.
It's so dark. We have brought her here, my lord.
이 아이와 둘만 있고 싶구나. 자리를 비워두어라.
I wish to be left alone with her. Leave
뜻을
us.
따릅니다.
Your wish is my command.
원춘 언니, 어째서 저를?
Sis Yao Chun, why did you?
마음고생이 심해 보이는구나.
You appear troubled.
설가에게 등을
It is no wonder to me that you are, for you have betrayed your own Zway family.
그걸 어떻게?
How did you?
분명히
I
어지러운.
didn't think anyone would notice in all the chaos. Bao Chai, oh dear Bao Chai, my poor child.
손으로 하늘을 가리네.
Can you hide from a black kite by blocking out the sun with your palms?
걸음을 조심히 해.
Can tight-roping hide your footsteps from earthworms? Can tiptoeing hide your footsteps from earthworms? I've read that as like tightrope walking.
아니 되어요, 원춘언니. 저희 부모님 귀에 들어가는
Big sis
날에는
Yeon-chun, if my parents were to find out...
이미
Wait, do they already know?
알고 싶니?
Wouldn't you like to know?
알기 싫다.
If not, I have ways to make sure that they don't know.
너희 부모님도
Not even your parents.
이
No.
대관에 나와
I can make this story
둘만 아는 이야기로도
stay between just you and I in this vast Donggon one.
제게 바라시는
What
것이
do you want from me?
그게 아니란다.
That is the wrong line of thinking, little Bao Chai.
난 그저
I only wish to help you achieve your
도와주고
desires.
싶은 것이란다. 네가 살가해
Your betrayal wasn't to make an enemy of your own Sui family, I understand.
다신 돌아올 것 같지.
It was for Bao Yu,
보기를
someone you were afraid would never return.
언니께서
Your gaze is so penetrating, so piercing that I feel so naked even in the dark.
발가벗은 것만 같아요.
Will Bao Yu never come back to me?
돌아오지 않나요?
보자요.
Bao Chai.
돌아오지
It is pointless to ask whether he will or will not return.
의미가 없단다. 돌아오게 하면
Why seek the sway of currents when you can simply make him return?
어떻게?
But how?
좀더 가까이 와보렴.
Come closer to me.
오늘 밤은
The night is long and we have much to confer.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Almost 2,000 damage.
마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한
And that is the end of the new Kanto.
아, 밤이라.
Huh. Most important thing to check before I end the stream. But I do want to say, no, because that's also envy. I can do it in this one because it's not gonna matter. No, I really like that Kanto. I'm not necessarily super familiar with the source material, but no, I think that was really good for Honglu. That really helped me change my opinion of him. I really like him. I really like his growth. The use of Confucius, the use of the Way, the dialectic between Confucius and Lao Tzu, the way that Honglu embraces impermanence and uses that as a means to not just kind of let life go by. Because the fault with his previous thinking was that, like, oh, well, this sucks anyway. Like, if this sucks anyway, and nothing good's gonna come in, like, and if the only thing that's gonna happen to anything I care about is that it's gonna fade away and that it's gonna die and that it's gonna go away, what is the point of caring? I'll just smile and accept everything that happens to me. No, even if things die, even if the things that you are cherishing and holding on to are impermanent, that doesn't mean that you stop caring about it. That doesn't mean you stop enjoying those moments that you have with those things. missing those moments means that those moments matter to you. Which goes back right to that first poem of spring leaves, petals fall. And going back to the poem that Dayu gave, which was about letting your petals wash away or not. Do not mourn for me. Who will mourn? Like, you mock and make fun of me. Who will mourn me at my flower memorial? Like, no. You take the bad with the good. You don't necessarily need to tolerate or, like, accept, like, oh, things will always be this bad. Like, no. Some things will suck, yeah, but that's not an excuse to not enjoy the good things when they do appear. Like, you have to embrace life. You embrace life because not embracing life is effectively just death. What he was effectively experiencing before was nothing more than his own nihilism. He's like, why should I care if everybody I care about, or why should I care if bad things are just gonna keep happening, or things I care about are gonna fade? Like, no, he was speaking nothing but nihilism, but you can turn that exact same nihilism into something useful. Thank you for the raid, Koyasu. Like, right as I'm like near the end of like an almost 7-hour stream. Just finished a new kanto for Limbus, and it was a lot of fun. But geez, that Millie song is awesome. You didn't come late, don't worry. You didn't come in late. No, my stream was just long. I was mostly just kind of like going through like some final thoughts. And also, because I want to get this. But yeah, no. What Honglu was going through before was effectively just nihilism. But even if certain things, like all because some things are going to end, it doesn't mean that you can't enjoy them while they last. You enjoy the moments. You enjoy the moments while they're there. And even if they're like bad moments and they make you sad, that sadness, you need that context. You need the context of being sad to enjoy also good moments. You can't just have it one way or the other. And even if you do remember a lot of bad things, that doesn't mean that there weren't good things that also were happening around that time. That's what I really liked about the song, because the song was like a conversation of like calling a grandmother and saying like different things that were going on in their life. Like, it was very thematically resonant. This was just a really good kanto. And honestly, at this point, it took me a sec, but I think I kinda like the I like the idea of the dungeon being Act 2 instead of Act 3, because it means that Act 3 can just focus more on, like, the necessary immediate things to do. It also means that you can immediately jump to the boss fights whenever you want to do stuff, which is a very, very large quality of life. This rocked. This was a really great kanto. And I can't wait to see what happens later. But, as is always important, we must see what his base ego changes from now. Because he just had his big realization in his kanto, which means that his ego's gonna change. The cleansing is of impermanence, and detachment may be meaningless. Still, I cast myself into the troubled world all the same. Ah, I love it. I love that he grows. I love that he grows, that he's... Because that's also a big part of,
하나 챙겼다.
Because that's also a big part of, oh, I love you, Cheshen. Set all units offense levels and defense levels to the average of units level. I love that. I love that so much. Just the name is there too. What was I gonna say? Because that's a big thing about Daoism, where it is also kind of like about the embracing of impermanence. The Tao, the way, very, very funny that it was Confucius constantly capitalizing when he said way, because that's a very Taoist thing. No, embracing impermanence, embrace that things can change. The Tao that can be spoken of is not that of the immortal Tao. No, there was a lot of really, really clever and really effective use of Confucianism, Taoism. No, this is a really, really cool kanto. Probably not my favorite. I think my favorite's still... I think I really like Wuthering Heights.
제가 봐도 훌륭했네요. 잠깐
I think I still really like Wuthering Heights. Let me go through. 3 is still probably like number 2. I think 3 is probably like my second favorite. That's so hard. That's really hard though. I really like the dream ending. Three is like my number 2. I want to say that I like 4 the most, but that's probably because of how much Yisong has grown. I don't know why I keep mixing up those two. I'd say the Unchanging is probably number 3. I have a very big bias for the Evil Defining, but in terms of one that stuck with me the most, I might like the Heartbreaking the most. I think Heartbreaking's my number 1. I'd probably put... now that I think about it... Okay. Now that I think about it, Kanto 8, probably my number 3. Kanto 8 my number 3. Kanto 3 my number 2. And the Heartbreaking is my number 1. In terms of like thematic, story, and pacing, I really liked all of those. I really like the Unchanging. That might be my number 4. I like the Evil Defining, but I don't like the dungeon. So that might be 5. I really like the dream ending. I did not like that dungeon. I did not like the dungeon. I did not like dealing with the unbreakable coins for the first time. That was very frustrating. But in terms of story, I really liked it. But no, that was really great. And I can't wait to hear I can't wait to hear the Millie song when it comes out in like 5 weeks. So yeah, thank you all for spending time with me. Thank you anyone and everyone who watched, especially considering that this was 6 hours. I did expect this to be kind of long. It did end up going a little bit longer than I expected. I blame those 2 fights. But no, this was really cool. I really like this kanto. Yeah, no. I think that's probably it. I should probably get something to eat, especially considering that my stomach might have been grumbling a little bit. So, Thank you all for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. There are links to my Blue Sky, my Discord, and my Substack down below. On Twitch. I'm trying to think of anything else, but like right now my brain's kind of fried.
더 해주시지 않는 건가요? 아쉽네요.
Honglu, shut up. No, this is really cool. Thank you again for the raid, Koyasu. Apologies that it was like right at the end of a 6-hour long stream. And yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful morning, noon, or night whenever you're watching this. And remember to be kind, not only to yourself, but also to others, because that is very important. Also, it is extremely important to remember to be very kind to yourself, as was kind of like the major theme of this kanto. So yeah. Take care of yourself, and yeah, I'm gonna go make something to eat so my stomach's not grumbling anymore. So yeah. Jane. Oh, I'm also going to make sure that I go and listen to whatever edit there is currently of that Millie song. Cause damn, that's good. Damn, that's real good. Johnny.